as put out there on the weekend. He also has brought in Dan Bongino to be working with the something director of the FBI. And I don't know if you all remember, when I spoke with the Secret Service and they sent me to Dan Bongino for a meeting, and I did that. And Dan knows everything about naked short selling. So Dan Bongino knows, Trump knows, Pam Bondi knows, Cash Patel, Devin Nunes, everybody knows. So this morning, with all this great knowledge, all we got is bear raids everywhere. DJT William, I'm paying attention, is down $1.18. No volume. GameStop down again, 70 cents, down again. No volume, only 2 million shares. AMC, I don't even follow that one. I have no idea. 3 million says average is down again. And that leads me to Finger Motion. I'll start with that. Finger Motion opened up at $1.39, went to $1.47, William, on 200,000 shares of buying. 33 to 135, down 3 cents, and it's 264. So the volume is dried up on the downside, but they came in and knocking it down. Then I watched GBUX, and they came in. They put another new market maker in there, and they sort of have been attacking this thing now. So I have some friends that are buying the dip here. People, there is volume not being reported in GBUX because I know people buying it, and the volume just doesn't change. So some of these days we see 40,000 shares. They're probably 60,000 shares trading or 70,000. I can't. It's just not showing up. In Finger Motion, we're trading 300,000, 400,000 a day. I can't tell. But in GPUX, it hardly trading, and the guy calls me up and says he bought 5,000, and there's no prints anywhere of his trade. I have no idea what they're doing, or obviously these guys are all criminals. We all know that. All right. So again, the great news again has been basically wiped off the planet by the criminals again. Everything they can
for now, but I don't think everything's news anyway. It's the price action and the losses they're experiencing. But anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I just think that I believe this is an attempt just trying to knock it down to get people to bail so they can cover. That's it. I 100% believe that. Finger Motion William is doing a Skylines event tomorrow, a webinar on Tuesday, February 25th at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So register here. It's on Twitter. I'll retweet it again. It's got a picture of Martin. I don't know if it says live Q&A.
That's that guy. That's their IR guy. He's done it before. He's not as good as I am, but I'm just kidding. He does a great job.
Right. Well, that's tomorrow at 12. If you want to ask questions, he's going to be right there. The guy's been nothing but honest, telling you everything they're doing. All right?
Right.
Now, so you understand that you can do that tomorrow.
Right.
In the GBUX, this company just got $100 million, and these guys are attacking it. They are dropping the bids and offering 100, 200 shares. They try to make it look as weak as possible. And I really believe that you have to buy the dips, sell the rips on this one. It's in play, and I think you'll be nicely rewarded. These guys, I raised the number, William. I'm just going to do is going to be 2 million shares. I said 1.9. Out there shares missing, but I figure 1.9. And by this week, it'll be 2 million. So it's another 100,000 shares. We're at 40,000 shares trading already right now. So obviously, these guys are playing games. But again, buy these dips. Your opportunity's there. The company has $100 million in the bank. This isn't a fly-by-night company. They have $100 million in the bank. All right? A gentleman put up a rumor of a special dividend. I can 100% tell you I sent the message to the guy who told me, and I hopefully gave it to the company, and we'll see some action on that front. You need to be aggressive on everything you're doing in this game because these characters just don't stop. I don't know if a company wants to do a special dividend. That's their business. But you need to throw curveballs at these guys all you want. Everything you can, stop the fraud. While we're waiting for Trump and Elon Musk and everybody else to bang the doors down, go ahead and do what you have to do. Finger motion, obviously it's in play. We know the dividend's coming. We know the Roth Capital report's coming. We know that Trump is coming. We know Elon's coming. The special dividend. We know their year end ends this week. I think is the end of February this week, William. So the year end is here. So there's 100 little things happening for finger motion, big and small. And hopefully we get to see their revenue for the year end with that new money included. I don't know if that new money made the cutoff, for the year end statement. But
I think it would. I think it would. It was December, wasn't it, when it came in?
I really don't remember, but I said that to someone and they brought that up to me. Do you think it makes the cutoff?
I think.
And I said, I don't. I said, I have no idea. Hey, anyone who signs on for the webinar, ask Martin that question. With Martin Shen, say, hey, you raised money. Was that revenue? That helped drive revenue by the year end, or we got to wait for the next quarter? Great question, right?
Yeah.
Was that the way you'd phrase it?
Yeah.
So you can ask that question right there. He's going to be on that webinar. So please, all the fundamental news of a company, I don't need to follow it every day. I know why I'm here. I know what's going on as far as what I can see. So getting the daily questions in like that, I mean, if it helps you live with it, ask the questions. Ask whatever you like. All right, the CEO's there. They know they have the short sellers here. They 100% know it. All right, everyone knows. You can see the action in the stock, William. It went to 147. It looks great, and in 30 seconds, they start pushing it back down again. So we all know what they're doing. So again, people pay attention. It's right there. You can see what they're doing, and that's how we follow it. All right. So all these main squeeze stocks, GameStop, AMC, DJT, Finger Motion, they knocked them all down today. What news came out today that covers China, DJT, GameStop, and AMC movie theaters? Nothing that they're all different. Even GBUX, every company that has a naked short net has been attacked today. That tells me that this thing is coming to a head. They need to do whatever they can to get you to sell. That's all it is. And everyone has a little panic point. We all got it. They know it, and that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do in GBUX by putting a herd and pushing it back down as hard as they can. All right? There is no one selling. I just spoke to a good friend of mine. He was buying 1,500, and people are adding to it. So this is all nonsense, what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. Someone can bail out. I got it. I don't control that. All right? Finger motion completely stopped. There's 264,000 shares. It hasn't traded in 20 minutes down here. Nothing's going on. It stopped dead. When you got on the call, William, at 11 o'clock with me, it was 264. It's 11:10. It's 264. All right, so they stopped the attack there. Accumulation, and I expect it to move right back up again while we wait for the events to come out. DJT and games, the other ones, those are buy the dip, sell the rip stocks. I told you before, Finger Motion was 20, and we were still waiting for the government to step in or something to force the issue. It would be a dangerous stock. But once they got it down to $1, $1.20, wherever we are, the volatility is out of the name. It's very hard to create volatility. So today they did the opposite. In Finger Motion, William, they let it spike up to $1.47, meaning that they didn't sell any shares. If you watched it, the market in stock was 142 to 147, a 5-cent spread. A few shares traded at 147, and then the attack. So to them, is they're creating that volatility. GBUX had that same thing, a spike to 10.05, and then they try to drive it down as fast as they can. The same thing. The volatility spikes have to come to the upside and can hit like GBUX. That had a spike to 10 and pull back. It's a perfect time to start playing again. Finger Motion has not had that spike yet. It just gave you a glimpse of what it should be. It should be a lot higher than that. Right? But that was just a glimpse of 1 to 147. They made it look like the stock traded like up $30. It was up 15. It was up 8 cents, and it was attacked down 8 cents. So the desperation is standing out as loud as it can be. And William, do you have any questions with him? Or anything I can talk about?
What was that stock you told me about this morning that traded 74 million?
STEC.
Yeah. Do you want to?
It normally trades 90-day average is 1.7 million. It's traded 91 million shares today, but $1.60. The high was 268. That's completely normal stuff that's going on here. This is the worst example of a stock market. And just so you understand, on the short side, William said it yesterday on the call the day before. These brokerage stocks, banks, you can't own these things. It's out of control. Goldman Sachs was down a bunch on Friday. It was down bigger today. It was down to 614. Wow, it bounced back. So on these things, when they rally up big, if you want to buy puts, these things, if they force stock settlement, these guys are going to take a beating. VIRT will be a zero when they do that. The company has no real fundamental business but shorting stocks, paying for order flow and shorting new stocks. That's their fundamental business.
So what do you think's going on with G-Bucks? It's down Thursday, down Friday, down this morning.
Well, obviously, our calculation on how much the damage is to them and the margin problem is off the chart because they're pushing it down. These guys don't have the money to maintain. They must have got Random Riot Act or someone helped them out.
Right.
Because the aggressiveness here is just the company if the company didn't have $100 million in the bank, I would have said, yeah, you know what? You got to take some off the table here because this is getting ahead of itself. But the news is there to support it. What's the panic in selling? There's no panic to sell. The only person that's going to panic in here has no real opinion on the stock market. They don't know what they're doing. Just playing momentum.
So you think some trades, some volumes not showing up? Do you think they're just printing the sales, the counterfeit sales, and not the buying?
They're not even. No, they're just shorting it, and I don't know where they're putting the prints. There's no volume attached to the trades.
Okay.
That's why I raised my number up to 2 million shares because I think we're missing trades. My friend who gets the data for me, he told me that the other day there's trades missing. Because, on these days it's trading 120,000 shares when it traded because, he thinks there's 30% of those trades are missing.
Will that catch up with them?
Oh, yeah, it's all on the books.
Right.
Listen, Trump is coming. They're going, the Doge people are going into the SEC. The shit's going to hit the fan. You could say everything you like. You got the richest man, the most powerful man. They have the FBI. We have the DOJ. Everybody knows about it.
You said Trump put something on True Social thanking GME.
Yeah, let me try to find it. I'll read it to you.
Yeah, all right.
Give me 1 second, William. Take it easy.
Right.
Give me a second.
Relax, everyone.
Hold on. Maybe it's here. Hold on a second. Let me see where I put it. Christian Shaughnessy sent it to me.
The best.
She is truly the best.
Or maybe KYP.
Hold on. I forgot where I put it, William. I thought I texted it to you. Did I? Hold on a second.
No, you didn't text it to me.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I got it. He says he will demand trade settlement and for. Okay. He signs an executive order, giving more control over independent federal regulators such as the SEC. The SEC for federal government to truly accountable to the American people. Then he goes down. Where is it? This is the thing you're talking about. Roger Nabor, a professor at GW University. Director of Study Center called the order very significant. That was one of the things that he said. I don't forget what the other one was. Where he thanked the people from GameStop. Let me see if I can give you 1 second. I'll read that one. So he's taking control. He wants everything's got to go through the government now. Give me 1 second. You guys, there's so much stuff goes on. I can't even keep up on it so much every day. Just stay with me 1 second. I'm just looking for it.
Time's up.
1 second, William. I have to scroll it and read it, no less, William. It's not easy. It's not like I'm just looking for a photo. Oh, here it is. He put it on Truth Social. He said he talked about DWAC being a SPAC, and that they lost $400 billion in value. A merger, blah blah blah. He goes, hat tip to GameStop and AMC investors for exposing Wall Street corruption, and a time to apply lessons learned to the most feared company on the market. One with the future and fundamentals. I know. So so he's basically telling you that they understand it, they know what's going on. He pointed out GameStop and AMC. So again, so everybody can see that, it's right on Twitter. He put it out on Truth Social. So he's got control. He's taking control. He's going after these guys, and it's just a matter of when it's going to happen.
So the volume is going up in G-Bucks?
The volume is, I think it's, hold on a second. Every changing pages too quick, William. G-Bucks, the volume is 47,000 now, 610 to 663. And again, they put in a new market maker, I was told today, Tinted Veil from Twitter.
How much of that volume do you think is real?
I think the buying is real. I know that for a fact. I've been telling you people I know buying it. I would say out of 47,000 shares that traded today, 46,125 are naked shorted shares. So I'm just going to give you that. I think 90% of what the volume is that you see right now is all naked short. So that's why I raised my number to 2 million.
Is there a wall at $8?
We got busted. They've been hitting our bids. I've been telling you that. I said it the other day. They hit every time a friend called me this morning, because every time I put a bid up, I get hit in 1 second. Remember, these guys control 6 of the market makers in there. So when they see a bid come in from, let's say, ETRF, that's the place where retail orders are going through, they hit those bids. When they see their bid up, they don't sell it to themselves. They don't do that. So every time you put a bid up, my friends, I put a bid up for 400 shares, they hit it. I come back with 600 shares, they hit it in 1 second. No matter what he offered, whatever he bids for, they're hitting it. So they're trying to naked short it down. That's what they're trying to do. The volume is misleading. I've been figuring out the last couple of days. I know guys that were buying 50,000 last week, and the volume didn't show up. And I said the same question, where's the wall? Everybody wants to know where the wall is. He goes, they hit me. I said, well, the volume isn't there. He goes, I'm telling you, I bought it. What can I say about that? We see it all the time in different names, the volume. Sometimes we see the volume 50 times greater. Sometimes we see it less. We don't even know what's going on. This whole thing is complete fraud, the whole equity market, complete fraud. That doesn't mean the shorts are not going to get crushed. That's a different story. Listen, Trump is coming in with the federal government. They're ringing the bell. You can sit there and say what you like. Today's knockdown by these guys is a desperate attempt trying to get people to sell. That's what I see. 100%, that's what I see. It's right in front of us. If you don't think they're coming, sell your position, go short everything, and go do something else. But don't listen to us. I only follow naked shorted stocks. I follow other things on my own behalf, but I'm an expert on naked shorting stocks. All right? That's what I do. GameStop, buy the dip, sell the rip. I do not believe in GameStop anymore.
So would you follow the advice, for example, buy GME, hold it, wait, it will go up a lot? Would you follow that? Or
no, I don't. I just told you that. My advice on GameStop is buy the dip, sell the rip. If you want to believe that it's going to the moon, buy the dip, sell the rip, buy cheap calls, and forget.
What if you buy it and it goes down? Would you then sell it and try again later?
Well, listen, when the stock is down $1, it's when you try to take the shot. When the stock looks like it's not going down anymore, you got to learn how to buy a dip. You just don't just go throw a bid out there.
Right.
If you're gonna buy a dip, sometimes it's tough to catch a falling knife, as we say on Wall Street. So if you want to buy 1,000 shares, you start by buying 300. If it dips a little bit more, you buy 300, and you hold back 300 until you see what the final move is. You may say you buy it at 30. I could buy it at 30. 29 and a half, and if it starts to move past 30 and goes to 30 and a quarter, I can always use to buy 300 at 30 and a quarter.
Right.
So you can average down. Sometimes you can average up. GBUX, it's average down time. You got to start buying the dips. Finger motion. If you bought it higher, so that you should be buying the dip now to average down, because it is showtime. Listen, if the federal government is not going to step in and fix this fraud, then we're all doomed anyway. So your bet is that you believe this is going to happen, or you believe it's not going to happen. If you think guys like Jeff Easton and Hal Mintz and all these other little thugs are going to continue to steal from everybody, and Donald Trump is going to sit there and watch it, where everyone calls this is his administration, and they're going to want to go out and say, hey, we have the worst equity market in the world, I doubt that he's going to allow that to happen. Everyone's calling for a market crash, and the thing that can save a market crash is a short squeeze. Force these guys to buy back their shares. And I think that's what you're going to see. So you can go pick your own play, go find whatever you like to do. I study these things. I studied them for a long time. I'm not throwing a dart. I'm not like Roaring Kitty. I'm not going to post a picture of a cat. I'm not doing that stuff. I'm putting data up. I'm showing you what's going on. For example, I'm not a chart guy, but GBUX has been 100% buy for days. The naked short today is trying to break that pattern. They don't want me posting that up anymore. They don't want anybody to see the positives. They want only to see the negatives. So their game plan today was trying to attack it and change that pattern. Finger motion was 100% sell a couple of days ago. 100% sell. Now it's down to, I think, 40% sell. So that's actually, it's got 100% sell, and it's going up also. They don't want to see these things. These are little tidbits that you get to see. They don't like us to report the short in finger motion, the real short. All right? I put it up all the time, right? I told you, follow that guy. He'll lead you to what they're doing. And he averaged down, and now he's upside down on it. All right? So there's different. They do not like us to be educated. And I told you, finger motion, and now GBUX. GBUX, everybody's educated there. Finger motion, I'll say 99.5% of the people are educated. And that's what makes my target so high in that one. Is the company has strong fundamentals. The people in Asia that own the stock are very strong on the stock. They know the fundamentals are strong. I told you, they believe the stock is worth $100 as it is today. And they're not selling. So if there's no sellers with big positions selling, this thing will go a lot higher than anybody thinks here. Because those people need to be sellers for them to cover. And if they're not selling, the stock is going to go higher. If people front run the buy-in when it comes, it's going to go way higher. And that's why people ask me, what's the high? How high can you go? It depends how I see the trading. I can tell you that. Right now, it's high. The more trading patterns, when it spikes and there's buyers on the pullback, it's going to go higher. GBUX, buyers on the pullback, making that stock go way higher. because they're playing into it perfect. If you were short this name, you should have thrown in the towel when it first started. Right? It was only 1 million shares. Now we're up to 2 million shares. Now they can't get out. They're trying to create volatility to get out. They need people to sell. Look at the game they created now. As soon as they turn buyer, the stock will be north of 10. Because there is no selling. It's 47,000 shares, and the last trade was 5 minutes ago. No one's selling the stock. It's just the manipulators. They sell it back and forth to each other. And believe me, they belong in jail for life, these people, for what they're doing. Because they're not just stealing from GPUX, they're stealing from GameStop, AMC, all these poor people. GameStop is now rallying. I posted before where you buy the dip. It was down 75 cents, and now it's down 52 cents. When it goes unchanged, you sell it. You make yourself 70 cents. Take the 70 cents if you like. If you bought 1,000, you can buy options with the $700 you make. And that's the best way to play if you really believe this thing is going. And if you listen to me, there was about 50 opportunities to buy the dip, sell the rip. And of course, sometimes these options go worthless, but sometimes the stock pops and you make a lot of money.
Apparently,
that's the way to play it.
Apparently, GME's going to 30 this week, so that would be a good trade.
So there's the opportunity to buy the dip. We're in here. So listen, don't complain you missed it. It's right there. You can't. I don't want to hear you missed it. BJT went to 25.24. It's back to 26.32. They're trying to attack the stocks and they're trying to cover them back. You can just see it in all these names.
So GDC is up 50%. Do you have a comment there, or ZJYL?
I told you before, my friends own GDC, ZJYL. GDC went always down to 50 cents. I averaged down. When they squeezed it to 12, I sold it at 7. When it collapsed, I told everyone to sell it. I posted it, William. I told you.
I know.
When it collapsed, I said, hey, the easy money was made. If you want to buy the dip as they're falling, okay, it's a tough game. I know professional people bought GDC from 5 down. What's their averages? Did they buy more lower than this point? I don't know, but they're still there. Do I know when it's going to go? Absolutely not. So if you're in the black on the thing and it starts running, sell half of it, and this way you can be a buyer on the dip. ZJYL is very interesting to me because they did a forward split. It made the short worse. I do believe the people that were in it when the stock was 300 are still there. What day is it going to go? I do not know. When I hear something, I will tell you. There you go. And I'm not in GDC, and I'm not in the other one yet. MLSS, I told you I paid 101. It went to 65 cents. It bounced back up. It went to $1.30. I told everyone I sold it. I sold it at $1.30. And I don't believe anybody who owns the stock that heard me talk about it owns it any higher than $1, because that's when I spoke about it.
Do you think the audit is finished at Finger Motion?
We can ask that tomorrow, but I do believe I do got this gut feeling that it's got to be right here. And that's why I bought those.
And I don't think you know this answer by heart, but the year is ending in a week. Which year is ending in a week by number?
You said 2025.
That's right. So Finger Motion's 2025 year is ending this week, 2025. The auditor had to come in, the new auditor, to do 2 years. They announced the 2024, so that left the 2025 to finish. That is this week. 2025 for Finger Motion ends at the end of February 2024. It's very hard to understand. Once they get through February of 2025, I screwed up there. Once they get through this month, Finger Motion will be on to its fiscal year 2026.
Wow.
They're a year ahead of us, or 10 months ahead of us. That's what they are.
So if anyone gets on the conference call tomorrow, I have therapy at that time, so I won't be able to see it or listen to it maybe later on. But
Are they starting to make progress in your therapy? Oh, I thought you had to go in for your psychological.
That's never going to work. But I think a motion is the audit complete. Once the audit's complete, how long before the special dividend is on the table? That's all you have to say, and you'll let them tell you what's going on. We want to know about how the truck installation's going, the emergency response, how we doing with big data. When is that going to turn profitable? With the Chinese explosion, all right? Everyone, all the big players in the world piling into China. Are you seeing a upturn? How does that affect your business? If the Chinese economy takes off, please, someone ask that question for me. If the Chinese economy takes off, what part of your business do you think will give you the best return? That's a good question. Is it data? Is it top-up minutes? Is it this? Is it text messaging? You know, are people driving their cars and charging their cars at that station? They're in bed with that automaker. I don't remember the name of it. They're in bed with that guy. Remember that? So if anybody wants to answer that question, there's a bunch of questions, and I'm sure William will put it together. We'll start asking, but please, the CEO won't bite you. He won't bite you. You know. So GDUX, William, was 47,000 shares. We've been on for 32 minutes. It's now 48,000 shares. Less than 1,000 shares is traded, and the stock was down $1.25, $1.30. Now it's only down 76 cents. These guys are just shaking the tree, trying to get people to sell. That's it. I wish I could say there's more to it. The confidence in the stock is that they have $100 million. You guys don't realize small cap companies do not get $100 million invested in their companies. It's impossible. Jeff Easton won't give you $2 million unless you have 1 billion shares trading so that he can short against his note. They all do it. Hal Mintz, all these guys, all these investments, all of them, Yorkville, all of them. They all do the same thing. You have no trading volume, we can't give you money because they want to be able to sell it. That's their game plan. TBUX, there is no selling. We'll get the terms on what they're doing on it. It has to come out. They'll put it out in an 8K. We'll see exactly what they're doing. We've been hearing that they're going to get a preferred share. So there is no dilution in this deal. All right, it's just someone that's investing for the long term and the betterment of this company. And obviously they have a reason. Who gives $100 million? You know what? If it was me, give $5 million. Let me see you start what you're doing. Let me see how you're doing, and I'll give you 10 behind it. If you get a little better, I'll give you another 20. People leg into it. Big investors do that also. But to give them $100 million and say, here you go to town, that's pretty amazing. And I don't think people understand how huge that is. I can see G-Bucks being one of these crazy names like Drug going from here to $60 in one day. Okay? Do I think it's going to go to 1,000? I don't know until I start seeing the trading. I do feel Finger Motion is going to be that big monster because everyone that's here, 90% of the people in Asia will not sell one share. So if there's no sellers, the people I know are not selling. Okay, and they're big players also. So if the big boys aren't selling, who are these guys going to cover from? And I think it's going to be real tough. And I think that's the reason that Finger Motion, to me, is a monster play. Is the education. People in GameStop, that education went out the window. When the CEO sold 140 million shares and raised all that money, to me, that was the game changer. If he didn't do that, I'm with you, but he did do it. All right, so I don't believe that that's the. I think you can buy the dip, sell the rip all day long. Every time they do it, that's what you should be doing. Anything else, William, that we missed? So we got the conference with Finger Motion tomorrow at 12 noon. It's on Twitter. It's called Skyline. You can go find it there. You can sign up. Please ask the questions. The CEO's right there. You don't have to ask us to answer questions. We want you to ask the same questions. You know, give us the timeline on the dividend. Listen, no one could, you know, I have a friend of mine that's going public. He's doing something, and he has an audit going on 4 months in a private company. I think we should get in the business of being an auditor. It seems like everyone's rushing to get things done. They just can't get it done fast enough. So it's sort of everywhere. So again, listen, the company is a NASDAQ company. It's met all the qualifications. They do everything by the books. The CEO is very much, he's out there in videos. He's showing you, speaking all the time about what's going on. So, I mean, just follow the bouncing ball. He's right there. You know, when CEOs put videos out and they speak, if they do anything fraudulent, it's in a video. He's basically confessing to a crime on TV. All right? You don't see many CEOs out here saying stuff. I've met a lot of CEOs, and their lawyers, they're always terrified they're going to say something that they get in trouble for. If a CEO can't speak, that's a different story. You may sit there and say, I can't answer that question due to, you know, fair disclosure. Everyone has to know at the same time. And so can't speak about it. He may say, I can't talk about that. It's not a negative. It's just that they're not allowed to because their lawyers go on top of them and say, you can't do these sort of things. You can't say anything. That's the SEC. The SEC, if a company were to say one thing wrong, they all get in trouble. The crooks sit here all day writing shit and they're making all kinds of stuff up. And they just walk around like, you know, it's no big deal. So anyway, any other questions with him?
Are you an accountant by training?
No, I'm not. I cheated my
Did you ever work construction in your life?
No, I did not. I did have my dad put concrete in the backyard. I learned how to use the board and smooth it out. I learned how to do it.
If you were rebuilding a house, would you rebuild the first and second floor without first doing the foundation? Redoing the basement? Yeah.
If it was me, yes, it would collapse. That would be me. So
do you think auditors, when they're required to re-audit companies, publicly traded companies which trade in the United States and do business in China, do you think auditors, when they're asked to redo 2 years of audits, would do it sequentially, or do you think they would audit and announce the years? Would they do the later year first and then go back and do the first year? What's your opinion? Or do you know?
I don't know.
One guy named Mike is so smart that he's caught out here that Finger Motion auditors did the 2024 audit, but they should have done the 2023. He's insistent that he's smarter than the auditors. Mike, just get on the call tomorrow. They did the 2024 audit, which is our 2023. They have to do the 2025, which is our 2024. There's your 2 years.
So, William, I think I spoke to a couple of people about this sort of thing. And they think the best way for that auditor to do that transaction with Finger Motion was to do 1 year back,
right,
and then finish on 2025, which is coming up.
Right.
So they have a monthly, the new business coming in, they don't really have to audit that much because all the stuff is coming in. Instead of going back, they have this year, which is ending. So they basically do 1 year back and then do this 1 year forward, which ends next week.
So,
and that is one of the reasons when my friend told me that auditors would make it easier doing it that way. He thinks that the stock and the audit, he thinks the dividend is coming because he thinks that end of February, which is in a few days. And that's why I bought those March calls, because I think the dividends I think the audit will be complete in a few days. And so this way they have their 2 years, and then they can do their dividend. That's a friend of mine who's an accountant told me that.
I think the likelihood that one shareholder out of hundreds, thousands, is going to catch out the auditing system and the SEC is next to zero. But keep asking the questions. Keep being smarter than the answer. I can't help people out. Do you still think the G-Buck squeeze is about to happen? Close? Do you think it's happening?
Yes. I said it 6 times on this call already. What they're doing is classic. What I think we found is that these guys are in much more trouble than you think. Because if you have to attack a stock and sell it down this aggressive, this fast on a company that just announced they got $100 million, someone's in trouble. And I think that's business 101, stock trading 101. You can figure this out. If you don't understand that, then you need to go do something else, because this is basic. The stock moved to 10. These guys are in trouble. The company comes out with the news, which we didn't know what it was going to be. It's $100 million. What do they do with the $100 million? I really don't understand what the hell they do. But if a company has $100 million, what's the race to sell it? Does anyone have that? I'm not in no race. I'm not paying attention to it. I'm not even concerned about it. But the attack down is telling me these guys are in severe margin trouble and are upside down. Now, it doesn't end for them just by pushing it down. It relieves the margin, but they need to buy back all the shares. And the people I know buying the shares are not giving it back, because when you raise $100 million, who knows what they're going to do with it?
Well,
and someone gives you $100 million, I think they know what they're doing.
On the one hand, if one chose to be negative, you could say, well, we don't know how the 100 million is going to be raised. If they drive the price down, maybe it'll be raised at 50 cents. But on the other hand, the 100 million might be raised in a different format. It could be debt.
I just told you. I heard it's in a preferred share.
There you go. If it's preferred.
So people think that they're sitting here pricing this thing. You're wrong. I heard that it's in a preferred share. Meaning that the deal's done already. Doesn't make a difference what you do. The price of the stock doesn't make. Jeff Easton, from Lynn Partners, would do exactly what whoever that is talking about that, pricing it lower. That's right. Jeff Easton, my friend. And if you go look at KNW, it put KNWN, it was driven to a penny and then reversed 40 to 1. That is Jeff Easton investing. This is a fund in Abu Dhabi.
Exactly. And they don't need, Jeff Easton doesn't have any money. He's just a bird dog for criminal funds. And they don't put new money into these stocks. They just sell the company shares that don't exist and then give the CEO their own money at a 40% discount. With a toxic formula, it'll ultimately be an 80-90% discount to when the CEO first made the call to benchmark. So it's
William, listen, let's take a step back.
Yeah.
If you're on this call, we talk about short squeezes. We talk about the criminals. We talk about the criminal activity. We talk about the naked short selling. We talk about fails to deliver. We talk about short squeezes. This is what I do. And William has been nice enough to give us his time. He talks about other things, which I don't. And he's been nice enough to sit here and get on these calls. And it's actually good when I have William on the call with me, because I can't remember everything, and I try to bounce it off of him, and he sort of brings up a subject and we can go in a different direction. This is about short squeezes. If you are a basher, go away. We got it. I was around for everyone here in 2000. The raging bull was Twitter. Okay, there's a stock message board. and it was 20 people that were long versus 1,000 criminals. So I've been trained to get the attacks. I've seen it all. I've dealt with them all. It doesn't scare me. It doesn't faze me. I know the game. So when they come on here and they start babbling about the companies doing this and doing that, they know how to put thoughts in the shareholders' heads to get you to sell. That's all they're trying to do. So for someone to come on here and say GBUX is raising $100 million and they're going to dilute the company, they have no idea what's going on, because the stock would have never went up if they were doing that.
Here's a good question on GBUX and 100 million. Do you think GBUX will either buy back shares, maybe retire shares, reduce the outstanding number of shares, or do you know? It could.
They could do. Listen, if the company knows that they're under a short attack, they know what they have to do.
Yeah.
I have friends of mine calling the company up, telling them to do this. You're under attack. We don't let the company. If you think that we hang up the phone, I have 10 friends calling the company up, giving them every idea that we have to try to beat these characters. That's what we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
My friend Steve Rosenberg saying figure shorts are worried because it's trading out 9 decibels now. So obviously, yes, there's a problem there somewhere.
I watched Steve Rosenberg interview Mikhail Gorbachev, but it must have been a different Steve Rosenberg, but it was a pretty good interview.
I just took a picture of the puppies sleeping on top of each other. Hopefully I can get it to you, William.
No.
I'm watching dogs, and I'm watching my grandson with my other eye. I have my daughter had to go somewhere, and he's in the crib, and I'm watching him sleep. And what else do I have to tell you? Give me 1 second, William.
Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
I don't care. I don't even know when it is. It's so funny. This stuff gets you so crazy that you lose concept of all stupid things going on. You know, I follow college sports, and college baseball started already, and college basketball's ending, college football started. I mean, just guys, it was just Christmas. It's it's March already. Fast time is going.
Well, the last day of Finger Motion's fiscal year is this Friday. That's the end of the month.
I told you what my friend who's an auditor said. I asked him point blank.
What's that?
I says, what do you think they're doing? He goes, they must be taking 1 year, doing 1 year back, and then they do the 1 year forward. And that is completely audited by them as it's going on.
Right.
So they don't have to go back. They just wait for the daily numbers.
That's 2 years.
And it's 2 years. And my friend said to me, he goes, that's probably why there's a delay, is that they're doing this audit. Okay. And the audit ends in 7 days. And I said, wow, that makes sense.
And it saves money, and it
saves money. He says it does a lot of good for them to do that. This is from an auditor. I don't know anything about what the company's doing. So the CEO said mid-December. So they probably changed it up and said, let's just do this year. We got December, we got January, February. Let's do this year. It's cheaper. We got to do it anyway. Instead of going backwards, the
requirement is the new auditor has to do 2 years to just make it this year and last year.
So that's exactly what he said. And I said, okay. He goes, what are you looking for? I said, well, they're supposed to announce the dividend. He goes, well, it's got to be coming soon because the year ends. So, and I said, okay, based on that, I'm going to buy calls based on that because A, I'm expecting the World Capital report. B, I'm expecting the special dividend. C, I'm expecting updates on that emergency response. I want to see how much they make per car. D, I'm waiting for, update on the big data business, which Martin said in the video, if anyone watches them, that this thing is ready to start to roll out and start becoming profitable. We heard on the the insurance contracts that whenever there is a contract that they sell in China, Finger emotion will get a piece of it as long as that policy is being paid for. They're like the broker on the transaction. That's a massive thing.
Yep.
So, I mean, this company has a lot of things going on for it, and they're with big parties. And like I said, the thing I'm looking for is a special dividend. We got Trump speaking. We got the special dividend coming up. The year end ends this week. And that's why I bought those calls. There's like 5 different reasons. I think something big is going to happen in the middle here. And with Trump speaking, I think I got the news I want to know. And with the dividend and the year end, I'll take the shot, and I bought the calls for March. That's what I did. And William, we're sitting here for now 1 hour. And G-Bucks has traded 1,500 shares in an hour. It's down 81 cents now. So the morning attack of people trying to sell it as fast and low as possible has now ended. And the only reason they would sell as fast and low is a margin problem. They're not selling it fast and low because to give you a better price. They're selling it fast and low because they're choking. And they're getting guidance from their prime broker saying, hey, you need to put up this much money. And they're sitting there saying, fuck you, man. We're going to go get some more people to sell it and just make it worse. And you say, well, the stocks go down. Well, I just showed you there's plenty of companies that have been attacked. And one of them, William, I posted the other day is Carvana. I think it's CNVA. It was down to $3 in 2022 under attack.
Well, you're not suggesting we have to wait years for G-Bucks to...
No. I'm just trying to show you the attack went down. And then it turned, and it never stopped going up.
Right.
Root was attacked down brutally. Then it turned, and it went up to 140. I mean, saying so these attacks, everyone thinks that it works. They do not work. When the companies have fundamentals, they do not work. Finger Motion has the fundamentals. The attacks are just basically them trying to get you to sell. No selling, their attacks are dead. GBUX, if GBX didn't get the money, I would be very concerned, and I would have definitely made a sale on the run up. But they got $100 million. People, $100 million. Not 10 million, not 20, not 50, 100. What's the rush to sell it? There is none. The only thing here is someone is stuck and they need to get it, and they need to cover. And that's what the attack's about. And you can sit there and say to me now, well, did they cover? The cover? Yeah. They bought it back at 10 and they're selling it down to 6 today. That tells you that they didn't cover. I'm just trying to show you how stupid that statement is if anyone wanted to ask that question. Sure,
so
they bought it up to 10.
The reason they bring in other market makers is so they have a new place to sell, right? Because they've probably been told they can't sell.
It's an illusion. They're just trying to spread it out. So listen, when someone investigates these names, all the shares were coming out of CSTI first, Canaccord. Then they switched to ASCM. He dropped in. I posted it every day. All right, so we all know it started with Canaccord. Now it's ASCM. So they do is ASCM lays back a little bit, and PUMA comes in, or VIRT.
But if they're under margin pressure and they're being told you got to bring in money, certainly they can't sell any more stock at that firm.
So that's what they're using someone to help them knock it down,
right?
And just to save them money. They're doing every trick in the book to try to stop it. They're getting the phone calls, to knock the stock down like they've done $3 here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this probably cost them $1 million in cash to do this, because everyone else is going to say, "I'll help you out, but you got to pay me. I'm not staying around in this name." That's what they do, and you can see they stop. They're probably paying $50,000 to 10 people to do anything, just get anything going. But the killer is the company got $100 million. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to call the police and say, hey, I'm short this stock. Can you help me out here? No one's going to help them. They have nowhere to go. And if a company is going to do fraudulent press releases Why would you start with $100 million? You start with a couple of $1 million. $100 million, I'm sure, has got the SEC looking at it. It's got their attention. And I'm sure the SEC would go to the company and say, hey, let's see the evidence behind this thing. And the company would show them, the paperwork behind it and why they're getting the money. That's a common occurrence. It's a big number. It's a massive number. And the only people that could do an investment like that would be somebody like Goldman Sachs or a big firm, because no one else is going to do that. Absolutely no one else. You just look at Lynn Partners. They give you $4 million, and your stock goes from $1 to a penny. That's how fast they do it. SYTA slaughtered, I think it was hundreds of dollars after the reverses calculated to zero. I mean, they just slaughter things. They don't let things go up. Anything else, Liam?
No.
All right, so we'll touch base later. Again, these attacks today are buy the dips, sell the rips, 100%. GameStop, I bought the dip, sell the rip when it goes up, and you go up 60, 70 cents. If you bought 1,000 shares, it's a quick $600, $700. If you want to take that profit and you think it's going to the moon, go buy calls. You have no risk then. Using your profit from that trade, goodbye. DJT, you can do the same thing. I don't know what the pressure is on DJT, but the company raised money recently. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't follow it that closely. GBUX, by accident, we got in something. We heard 2025 it's going to be a big play. Well, they got $100 million. What's next? $100 million. Just think about that. 100% you should be buying the dips on this thing, because when it goes past 10 the next time, it'll be 50 or 60 bucks. That's what it looks like to me, one of those type crazy names. So I think it's going to go to 1,000. I can only tell once the stock starts trading, once the squeeze starts. I can't tell now. I know it's going to go high on the first squeeze, the 2 million shares to buy back in. But it depends on if new shorts come in as it's going. If the buyers are front running it, that'll give you the opinion on how high it can go. Finger motion, completely different beast. Everyone understands it. People have been accumulating it. They understand it. It's a China play. Everyone forgets that. China's been on fire. Okay? And it's so funny. The other day, Ryan Cohen threw his hat in the ring and said, I'm buying Alibaba. All right? Here he is. You're talking about a smart guy, right? I'm buying Alibaba at 140. Well, today Alibaba, after the run up to 145, is now down 14 today. So it was getting squeezed up. Ryan Cohen made a mistake. He jumped right into that flurry, and now he's down on the stock. And there's a bright guy with a lot of money. All right? That's what happens when you got to play the game fair. You don't know when the stock is going to go up or down. When you're playing a short squeeze, like Ryan Cohen's been used to, he knows how to help out and make a short squeeze work. Get his friends, and we all pile in. All right? And I think that's why the SEC forced them to sell shares to the shorts, because they were going after them in Bed Bath & Beyond. And the minute that he sold the shares to the shorts, the 140 million shares, his case and the Bed Bath & Beyond pump and dump was dropped, William. And I reported on that immediately. Did I not?
You did.
I said I believe this guy was forced to sell stock to cover the shorts. And for those who are GameStop, believers, not one person ever filed that they bought 140 million shares of stock. Not 5 million, not 2 million, not 10 million, not one filing on the long side or for that secondary. Not one. That tells me the people that bought it were the shorts. And there's your answer on that. I'm not guessing. I have no vendetta against any stocks. I'm just telling you what I see as a trader. Buy the dips, sell the rips, and GameStop, DJT. You can do that all day long. Sometimes they go against you a little bit, and you can average in, like I told you. All right? Because when you're catching a falling knife, we just don't know how low it's going to go before it turns. All right? GBUX has a no float, a short at $2 million, twice the float already, and the company just announced they got $100 million in the bank. Who's rushing to sell it? It just doesn't make any sense. Why even bother getting $100 million if your stock is going to go down? Look at finger motion. It was up to 147. The market's rallied back a little bit, and they're still selling this stock down. It's down to 131 again. You don't think there's someone got a problem here? William, we got on, it was 267. It's 280 the volume. 13,000 shares has dropped 4 cents. People, that is just manipulation. There's no sellers. It's just make-believe. All right, so I think we've spoken about mostly everything. DJT has bounced back from 25 and a quarter to 26.50. Think about what Trump said. He's coming after these characters. And if you were short, I would be doing the same thing. Everyone on Twitter last night was going crazy. I got 900 messages on my phone.
Yep.
It's exciting. Everything's going to happen. You're right on the nose. And here it is, the first day, you know, these guys, again, remember, these guys have big law firms. Big law firms have ties to the SEC. The SEC, people in the SEC are all rats. Go back and watch the movie The Big Short. The girl at the pool, what was she doing? Waving. Why? Because she's going to get a job. She wants to leave the SEC and go work at Goldman Sachs. So what would she do? She would tell you anything about going. You ask her a question, that girl from the movie would sit there and tell you anything if you gave her a job at Goldman Sachs. Oh, you investigating this? Oh, yeah, we're going to go after the people in a couple of weeks, I heard. Okay, that's what they hear, and that's what they do. And the lawyers would then go tell their clients, this is what's going on. So I don't believe Trump is going to come out and tip off anybody at the SEC. I think Elon Musk and the Doge team are just going to come in, they're going to hammer them. They're going to put out news, Trump is going to report on it, and they're going to hammer these people. They know there's rats in the SEC. Look at these idiots out trying to protect the illegal migrants. You know, AOC, the lady Elon, whatever, that fucking idiot from Minnesota, lawyers that protect these, they're trying to protect the illegals. They're going to get prosecuted, these people. You can't do that. You're going to get an officer killed. I mean, so Trump, they know what to do. They know that the system is full of rats. They know people are talking. Pam Bondi said that they're going to, I think they said they were going to put lie detectors on people to see who's giving up where their raids are going and things like that. So these people are not fooling around. And there it is, finger motion, still at 280, William. It's down 5 cents after the breakthrough move to 140. Buy the dip, it's going back up. That's how I look at it. If you want to buy it and you pay 132 and it goes to 150, you sell it, you can go buy the calls for free. All right? You never have to worry about it again. People go, why would you tell someone to sell the stock? If you want to do it risk-free, there you go. You can buy the stock, and it runs up 30 cents, you sell it, and you go buy the 2 call. You can buy the 3 call for a dime. You can buy as many as you want. That's a great way to play. So I just want to make sure everybody understands what's going on. All right, William, go about today. If I hear anything, William, you check when you go live later. Let me know if you're going to go live, and we'll recap more later on. I'm just sitting here watching. So.
Sounds good.
All right? And I sent you a picture of the puppies. You can see them.
All right. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Let me see if I see the pictures. I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had a style. And so I came to see him, to listen for a while. And there he was, this young boy, a stranger to my eyes. He was strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song. Oh, 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 oh. I felt all flushed with fever, embarrassed by the crowd. I felt he found my letters and read each one aloud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. He sang as if he knew me in all my dark despair. And when he looked right through me as if I wasn't there, he just kept on singing. My dad, when my parents divorced, my dad came back from overseas and found us in another man's house, and probably made the biggest mistake of his life, he said, when for us, he left this screaming banshee of my mother, but he paid for that in court later on because the lawyer said that my father abandoned us, even though when he came home from well, we were living in Moscow, and we came back, but my mother came first. But anyway, we were all in another man's house. Anyway, I still remember the argument and the scene, and oh God. Anyway, Dad, I guess that weekend took a place at this hotel downtown that's still there, Harrington's, or so. It's a dive hotel. It's close to the White House. But then he took an apartment in the ground floor, an English basement, up on Capitol Hill, and it was sort of diagonally across from Bullfeathers, and I think that's First Street. It might be Third. Anyway, doesn't matter the exact address. But if you walk up on Pennsylvania, there's the Tune Inn and the Hawk and Dove and a couple other places. I think it was in the Hawk and Dove, but I could be wrong because it's just a story that I heard when I was younger. But Dad would go up and usually alone, but then I guess he met my stepmother. But on Sunday nights, I think it was Sundays, there was a sign in the window for the evening, a singer, the piano player, a singer. And he would just go in for the price of a beer and sit there and listen to Roberta Flack singing all night long before she was famous. Roberta Flack. And so for the rest of my, from that time onward, we always had, or he did, but then when I was visiting, we always had Roberta Flack as background music at dinner parties and otherwise. But so Dad got to see her back when that whole part of DC was not developed. It was, and it wasn't probably particularly safe for anybody. That was a more of a drug period. It was also not too far removed from the riots because of the assassination of Martin Luther King. I think, I'm going to guess here, but I think it was 71, 72, but I could be wrong about that. But anyway, he used to go see Roberta Flack weekly. The stream is catching up. Specific trading question: is there a date or a point where you would sell GBS regardless of price to buy Finger? I'd like that question, Dustin. I'll give you my own opinion, but I'll ask Cam. Let me just say something, Justin. I have absolutely no idea where Ham originally received the whisper on G-Bucks, but that's how Wall Street is. People call each other, hey, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. And it's all normal. It's none of it is, well, let me put it this way. None of it has to be illegal. I mean, there's some people like for my opinion, Steve Cohen made his fortune on inside information, and he sought it out, and now he's one of the great heroes. Well, we'll let God judge that if God cares later on. I don't care. I mean, the guy is still a dumpy, fat, unattractive, uninteresting human being, but he's rich. I wouldn't want to spend 30 seconds with Steve Cohen. I don't care how many orders he could give me. So anyway, my first point to you, Dustin, is just put this in your head. Where did Ham get the idea? I don't know that answer. Second question, why was Ham so convinced? And he talked about it here right from the start. I know that. How do I know that? Because the morning he told me about the stock, on my live that same morning or afternoon, that same day, he talked about it. So there was no delay. And then about a week later, or 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, he decided to sell his MLSS and buy G-Bucks. So my second question is, the first question is, where and from whom did he hear the idea for G-Bucks? Second question is, what in that idea was so powerful that he would get out of another trade before it made any money or barely made any money to get into G-Bucks? I'm doing this all by memory, by the way, when he traded and all that. So that's my second question. My third question for you, Justin, G-Bucks, Ham got in maybe 75 cents a dollar. My third question for you is, why didn't Ham sell at 8, 9, 10? I don't know the answer. But everything I know about him, listening to him and also guys like him who are traders, if Ham didn't have something that convinced him this stock is a play that's about to experience, in his opinion, a short squeeze, he would have sold out. He would have sold out, or he would have taken some of the money off the table. That's my opinion. So I can sum all that up by saying, I think that it's a good sign. Doesn't mean he's correct. Does not mean he's correct, but I think it's a good sign that Ham, apparently, I don't see his accounts or anything, but apparently Ham did not sell G-Bucks whilst it was up. It's pulled back. And of course, we're all amateurs here. We're all human beings here. We're all emotional here. We're mammals. We're designed to fight or flight or huddle together underneath the acacia tree while it rains. That's what we're designed for. So the stock's down and we're going, oh my God, it's going to go lower. Well, it's always, as I always say, and I mean, you can't deny it. Any stock at any time can go lower. That's just a fact. But I think one reason to hang in there is Ham's hanging in there. Now, does that mean it's going to work? No, it doesn't have. But it's something I would put on the ledger of, that stupid salesman's tactic of, now let's see, what would Ben Franklin do? Or what would George Washington do? Or you fill in the name. What would Muhammad Ali do? When you put a pro and a con on the top of the paper, underline it, put a line down the middle, and you make a list of the pros and of the cons. Anyway, a pro for the G-Bucks trade and for keeping the trade. And my opinion, Dustin, if you're in G-Bucks, I can't give you financial advice. I don't know your situation. But if you're in G-Bucks, you didn't sell it, and you're not selling it now, I think you should be buying more. There's no reason either to have purchased G-Bucks at 8, I'm making the number up, or to have purchased it lower and it ran to 10. You didn't sell it. It's now pulled back. There's no reason just to sit here doing nothing. Of course, you can say to yourself, screw this, I'm getting out. And that's fine. I understand that. But to me, you should be seeking, if you're holding it, I think you should be seeking to add some here. I think it's not I don't think there's 3 choices here if you're trading. Sell it, hold it, buy some more. I think there's only sell it or buy some more. I think holding it, then you're not really trading. You're just trapped, and it's going to wreck you emotionally. Okay, so that's one big long preamble. But for me, Dustin, I said it the other day, if something doesn't happen to G-Bucks this week, or maybe next week, I'll probably get out. And you're going to say, well, why would you say that out loud? The shorts are here and they're going to manipulate it. I don't think we own enough shares to change what's going on in G-Bucks. These guys come on here to spread negativity, but I don't think we as a group could buy enough to make it go up. or sell enough to make it go down. I just don't see it. So, but anyway, my answer to you, and I'll remember to ask him next time, is I wouldn't wait much longer than 1 or 2 weeks. There are, Dustin, we're here to make money if we can. We don't have to make money in the stock we first bought. We don't have to make money in the stock we lost money in. And to my eye, there's half a dozen to 10 companies out there that we can make some money in. And it's up, you can pick it, obviously. If you want to get out of stocks at all, luckily for you, I think the thing, whether it's a stock or not, the place to be is silver. And I can't be clearer about that. Owning silver is better than owning G-Bucks. Owning silver is better than owning Finger. Owning silver is better than owning Railtown or any other stock right now. Silver's whatever it is, I don't know, 34 bucks. It'll be 340. It'll be 3,400. It'll be 10,000. Silver's better than all of them. You don't have to rely on a CEO. It doesn't matter what the criminal Jeffrey Lynn does. It doesn't matter what Benchmark as a funneler, a feeder of lambs to the slaughter. Doesn't matter what they do. Doesn't matter what hedge funds do. Silver is going to be a ferocious bull, crashing through every China shop, the whole mall. They'll go to the outlet stores. They'll destroy all the crystal at Tiffany's and then go to across the street and destroy all the vases in the florist. And then they'll go across the street and destroy the piano shop, and they'll go destroy all the artworks at Sotheby's. This is going to be a rampaging bull. And if you don't own physical silver, you should be looking at that before you ask this question. But I'll ask Ham. I did ask Ham. And if your question is naive in one sense, but I'm not taking it as naive. I'm assuming what you mean. I know that you can only type quickly. Obviously, if G-Bucks were to go to 15 or 20 or 30 or 50 tomorrow, well, that's your time. That's probably your time you get out, right? So price changes everything. Price changes everything. But your real question is, hey, this stock went up. It looked like it was going up, but it's down on Thursday, down on Friday, down today. How much longer should we wait? Is there a price, or is there a time where we should just sell and get out? And frankly, the answer is yours, not Ham's. In terms of a downward price in G-Bucks to get out of, I think you already should have sold, if that's your inclination. If you're going to be scared out of, and I say that politely, if you're going to be scared out of the trade because it goes to 10 and it pulls back, you should have already gotten out, maybe at 9, maybe at 8. But nothing goes straight up. You can't go from 75 cents to $10 without a pullback. So if you're a professional like Ham, which doesn't mean he's right, and you see it run to 10, you see all the patterns, you see everything that he just described. It goes to 10, he doesn't sell. It pulls back to 9, he doesn't sell. It pulls back to 8, he doesn't sell. Pulls back to 7, he doesn't sell. It pulls back to 6 something, he doesn't sell. What, he should sell now? You may be right. But professionally, what he sees is manipulation. What I see is the stock goes from $1 to $10, it goes up 10x, and it pulls back 40%, 35%. It's pretty devastating, but it's normal in a squeeze play. If indeed a squeeze is happening, it's normal. The volatility's there. You're welcome to get out, but, and I'm not, do whatever, please, it's not diamond hands. But I think if you're that skitterish and it goes to 10, you should have already sold it at 9 or at 8.50 or at 8. If you're still in it, it went to 10 and it's pulled back now to 6. My opinion, I can't give financial advice. My opinion, if you're still in it, you should be buying more. And then if I'm right, because that's what I feel like, it's going to have another run upward, sell some of it on the way up. This is not, you're not buying, a family heirloom. This is just a trade. And it's more specifically, it's an attempt to catch a short squeeze. Ham got the information from somebody he trusts. The stock started trading in volume it hadn't before. The company has, everybody makes announcements, but it looks like they have a letter of intent from a big fund group offshore. There's risk there. There's always risk. The stock went to 10. People are buying, and it's pulled back. Now, the guys here, they're saying, well, I thought there was a wall at 8. I thought, well, yeah. Dustin, this is the exact thing that happens in every single effing stock. Every single one. The criminals under Gary Gensler, under Adina Friedman, under Robert Cook, under Charles Cromwell, the criminals are allowed to sell shares that do not exist. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 10 times, not 50 times, not 100 times, as many times as they want to. They can sell shares that do not exist. So what is their discipline, if indeed they have discipline? Whatever the stock price does, keep selling. If the stock price is flat, sell slowly. If it goes down, if you're ready for it, sell as much as you want. If it starts going up, let it go up a bit. Put some news out. Try to talk it up a bit. Come on other people's boards and get people to swap over to it, like COSM. And then when COSM triples, sell, 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 sell. What is going on, Dustin? If the stock trades on Chuck Cromwell's over-the-counter markets, if the stock trades on Adina Friedman's NASDAQ, if the stock trades on Gary Gensler's North American stock markets, everyone that's associated with big hedge funds, with Goldman Sachs, with Alpine, and everyone in between have the permission to sell stock that does not exist. And furthermore, they do not have to deliver it. And furthermore, if they can move those shares to Europe, they'll get lost. If they're not quick enough, they can put the trades in a warehouse in Chicago so Ken Griffin can have it burned down. And furthermore, the lawyers who represent the SEC also represent the criminals, Gibson Dunn, for example. So, Dustin, why do you look for rationality here? Because you're a human being. We're all human. We look for patterns. And we look at the price and we say, oh my gosh, it's down. Somebody knows something we don't know. They're gonna, the stock's going back to 1. It's gonna be like CRTD. They have an idiot CEO. It's gonna be like COSM. They have a complicit, greedy Greek CEO. It's going to be like MMAT. They have a tinkering scientist who's the CEO. It's going to be like MULN. They need money, so anything that's good news, they need to go raise money, and they're going to do a bad deal. It's like Logic. The CEO can't help himself. Every time Logic needs money, he goes to the pimps. It's going to be like Torchlight, and then MMAT, and then MMLAT. The CEO knows what he's doing, but the corruption goes on by the criminals who are well financed. So that must be going to happen here. Okay, that's one possibility. But you knew that when you bought the stock. What, you think G-Bucks is immune from all that crap? You knew that. So why wouldn't it happen here? So I guess that's not really the question. The question is it going to be effective here? Like it was with Northwest Bio, like it was with DBMM, or like it is, in my opinion, with GME and AMC. Is it going to be effective? Everything in front of us shows it's always effective. Well, I don't know the answer. It could be effective here. But I go back to the questions I asked you, Dustin. Where or whom, from whom, did Ham get the idea? Why did Ham believe that idea enough to establish a position and talk about it? And why didn't Ham sell? He's given you all his reasons. Yeah, unless he knows something. I mean, I don't have any privileged information. I mean, maybe Ham knows something about some I don't know what to call it, some sort of battle plan by the longs. I don't know it. And I personally don't know that he knows anything that he hasn't told you. But for some reason, Ham sees something here that told him to establish a position, talk about it, and hold it. Now you're going, well, it went to 10. We should have sold and bought it back now. You're asking for perfect predictions. Nobody can predict it. The only reason not to sell at 10 and go into finger motion in your question is because you think it's going to squeeze. And Ham said that over and over again. Now, I don't want to get caught. I spend a lot of time on G-Bucks. I own 213 shares of G-Bucks. If I had money today, I'd buy another 100 shares. But even if I did that, I'd have 300 shares. Is that a big position? Not really. But I talk about it because I think G-Bucks has a chance to be a squeeze. Now, the reason I don't think I would hold it much longer than, let's say, 2 weeks is because of the opportunity cost. I think Railtown, RLAIF, is going to be a $1, $2, $3 stock. When's it going to be? When? I don't know. But I think Railtown, they made an announcement, takes 4 weeks in Canada for the feedback from shareholders, where it's 2 weeks ago. So I think my timeline to get out of G-Bucks and back in and add to, I hope, Railtown is 2 weeks. That's all I'm willing to wait, because I think Railtown can go from 35 cents to 3.50. G-Bucks, can it go from $10 to 100? Yeah, that might be it. But that seems to be a riskier trade to me than G-Bucks going 10x. So that's how I see it. I'm willing to wait 2 weeks, or depending on price. My caution to you on G-Bucks, and I didn't look it up, is they did do a convertible note because they announced it a while ago, but they retired it, $100,000. That means I think some criminal group has already been counterfeiting their shares. So what it means to me is that criminal group has to protect their purloined prize. How big is it? I don't know. $2 million, $3 million of profit. They're underwater now, probably 6 million, 7 million. So they're trying hard to get the money they stole back. But we know their modus operandi. Any good news, sell shares. Any bad news, sell shares. Any news that requires capitalization, really sell the stock down. Call up Jeff Lind, get him to do a deal with it, and then provide the capital so that the good news is diluted and on a per share basis is meaningless to negative. Well, are they going to do it here? I mean, you answer that yourself. But it looks like they've received $100 million from Abu Dhabi. It's a letter of intent. So you can fill your head with doubt on that, and sensibly so. It's not finalized. But you know what, Dustin? When things are finalized, is NVIDIA's chip that good? Well, I don't know, but people are saying it is. Yeah, but it's a $3 stock. Yeah, but I'm hearing, I don't believe. Nah. Well, now the stock's $1,000. Is the chip good? Yeah. All right, I'm going to buy it. I want to buy it at $3. Dude, it's selling at $1,300. Oh, so by waiting so that there's everything is locked in, the price goes up, so I can't get it at the $3. That's right, dude. I told you to buy NVIDIA at 3 because I didn't. By the way, I'm not taking credit for that at all. But I told you some make-believe person told you to buy NVIDIA at 3 because of this, and this, and you didn't believe me. And now all of that happened and it's $1,300. So that's the situation you have with G-Bucks right now. Ham's telling you that he sees a trap short. He's telling you he's seeing the pattern in it. That's a trap short. And so your brain is screaming at you. It went to 10. And if that short is really trapped, why is it at $6 now? If there were a wall at $8, why is it $6 now? If the shorts really are trapped, how come they can keep selling? These are all very logical questions, but they're not unique questions. It's the same bloody question, stock after stock after stock after stock after stock after stock. And you knew it. The systems don't work. The regulators are bought out. The lawyers are on the side of the criminals, not the regulators. The whole system is here to take money from you and me. Yet, we see a stock like what was it, STCM or something this morning, go from 65 cents to $3 on 100 million shares out of the blue. We see 3.5 years ago, we see GME go from $5 to $500. And now everyone wants to relive that. That's how the criminals play you, like a drum. But, and not me in that case. But there's been chances to trade GME, no question, but no one trades it. They want it back at 500. Anyway, long answer. I'll ask him what his opinion is. There are examples out there like Root, which got destroyed. It took, I think, 18 months, and now it's had a rally back. There's other examples. He gave one I can't remember this morning. But for me personally, right now, you don't have to be in G-Bucks to make money. You can try it. But if I'm going to wait more than 2 weeks, I'd rather own silver. I'd rather own Railtown. And right now, I'd rather own Finger. It's a long answer. I'm sorry about that. Well, all right, you guys. A young guy like you is going to make a lot of money. I can't get any quotes. Hey, Lester Holt is out. Couldn't happen to a better guy. Okay. Ham doesn't know anything about Railtown. He doesn't know anything about Railtown. It's not even worth asking him about it. He doesn't know anything. Finger's already up, as you know, Dustin. There was a chance to buy Finger all day long at $1.10, $1.15, and now it's $1.50. So everything's variable. Had you gotten out of G-Bucks because you had perfect predictive abilities last week and purchased Finger Motion, you'd be selling Finger now and getting back into G-Bucks. But nobody can make those predictions. So, yeah, it's not interesting for me. It's not interesting enough for me to go back through what I just said. You make up your own mind. At some point, you know the numbers. Finger Motion's fourth quarter ends this week. Finger Motion's 2025 ends this week. Finger Motion is waiting for the results of the 2025 audit. They have it potentially, I don't think it matters, but you might. They have a dividend that might be announced. They have a Roth Capital report coming out. They have the fourth quarter earnings and the annual report to come out 45 days from now, 50 days from now. They have information on the C2 contract to come out. And if they've moved into profitability, they have the ability to give us an update on the forward projection. At what time do you want to get into the stock of Finger Motion? Do you want to get in when it's $2, when it's $3, when it's $4? Or do you want to get in it now? Only you can make that decision. It hasn't bounced back too far. It went down to $1.10 and now it's $1.50. I'm going to wait till it gets back down to $1.10. Don't count on that. Don't count on that. What happened with Finger Motion is they raised $5 million with a flow-through firm called Roth Capital. Roth Capital's allegiance was with their clients who give them business on every single deal, the criminals. Now, whether or not Roth Capital is smart enough, savvy enough to understand that when these funds and family offices take the whole position or take a quarter of the position, they're just simply working on behalf of the shorts, that could be a matter of debate. But what happened, and you want to ask Cam. But what happened is Finger Motion, which had been down for the year, was taken from $2.70 down to $1, and the deal was priced at $1.50. That was criminal selling, and then Roth Capital facilitated with an offering, taking the money that was sold at $2.70 on downward and previously, and Roth Capital just created a document, accepted phone calls from those criminal sellers. They just sent the unsettled cash, because cash is fungible. They sent it to Roth Capital. Roth Capital gave it to the company. They were able to cross some shares. They put some warrants out at $1.50, kept a lid on the stock, and the criminals kept selling, hoping more stock came out. You just lived through it. And now you've purchased G-Bucks, but you really want to be in Finger. But you bought G-Bucks because you thought, like I do, that it's going to be a squeeze. Well, at some point, the question is not, how long do I own G-Bucks? The question is, how long can I wait to buy into Finger? In your case, I face a similar situation. I would prefer to be in Railtown AI, because I think Railtown has the fundamentals to change my financial situation. It's not going to make me Rockefeller or anything, but it'll at least give me some capital to work with. Is G-Bucks going to do that? Maybe. I was hoping to catch a ride, but man, the pullbacks are normal. No stock goes straight up from $1 to $10 and keep going to $100. Doesn't happen. If it did, that would get tippity, rickety, fall downy. It's good that it pulled back. Anyway, I'm going to move on to another question. I think anytime that you feel like you don't want the opportunity cost, you don't want the risk of missing out in finger, just swap and get out. A trade didn't work. My case, it's Railtown, not Finger. Although I wish I had money in Finger, I would have bought down at $1.10. I just didn't have the money. I think I'm already in the week. I'm already in that time frame where I have a really good chance of missing out on Railtown. So let me translate it, and maybe you could do it with finger motion this way. And you don't need Ham's answer, but I'll ask him. I will ask him. But for me, this week might be the time that Railtown goes from 33 cents to $1. So that means I'm hanging on to G-Bucks right now. To get that kind of move, G-Bucks would have to go to $18 from here, roughly. At some point, my tolerance for that tension, I'm going to give up. And I'm going to say, I want to take a loss on my G-Bucks. I want to get over to Railtown because I think it's going to triple. But I've already, to the end of time, told you. And Ham has been asked this question today and answered it. Ham did not sell G-Bucks at $10. Is it because he thought it was going to go down? No. Is it because if it went down, he was going to get chicken shit and sell out? No. It's because he sees a trapped short. So what does that mean? And the reason I'm staying in it is because a trapped short has to cover. And what do you get when that happens? You get a rocket ship. How do we know? Because we've got 2 or 3 dozen times that that's happened. What are the odds that we're in a stock that's going to do that? Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But it's got a lot of things. It's not NASDAQ, which is a shithole of an exchange under Adina Friedman. Just a complete loser, Adina Friedman is. There's no options. It doesn't seem to trade pre-market for some reason. So they don't have a way to hedge themselves out. The pressure point is $2, I think. So at $6, they're still underwater. They're pulling out all the stops. Anyway, I don't care enough. Whatever you want to do, I really don't care enough. Finger motion traded this morning. You bought it? You bought it at $1.32, 62.88? Yeah, I hope all's well with you. Nixie volume almost, let me show you, Will. Let me show. I got something on that. I think I can get something on that to show you. But you already know it anyway. So if I can't get it, you already have it. It's probably going to tell me, whoa, you have too many. No, it worked. Yeah, look at that. It's the same number. So I'm not teaching you anything. So that's next. 6.8 million. That's a lot of volume. I think that's a pretty good signal that Nixie is in play. I wouldn't be surprised if you see on a given day, I'm going to go to the high side, that you see 100 million shares. And I wouldn't, if you own Nixie, I wouldn't get out of it until you see a day where there's 100 million shares. Obviously, it doesn't have to be specifically that amount. But remember, Nixie traded 52 million shares in October, and it went to $12 pre-market and then $8 during that morning. That's what I think could happen with Nixie. It can't be a promise, of course. But that's pretty exciting on Nixie. That's true. People with inside informations. Shit stocks should not be used as investment. They should be. I don't, Christopher Falvey, that's fine for you. You're probably 350 pounds and you sit in front of a computer screen all day. I'm being a jerk. I don't know. You probably sit in front of a computer from 9:30 till 4 and then go to the gym and work out, and you're probably built like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Either way, what you're doing with your life, you're sitting in front of a computer screen trading. Personally, do it. Have fun. I think that's a crap life. I have no interest in it. I know plenty of people that do it, but it's hard work. It's like playing poker at the casinos. You got to spend the hours. And that's what you got to do, spend the hours. These are shit stocks, some of them, not all of them. And I don't agree with you. I would guess that you work for the criminals. And you know that if people buy a stock during the day and they have to be out of it by the end of the day, according to your strategy, don't hold it overnight, then they're in your ball game. And you can scare them. You can come on and sound reasonable and scare them. You can make it volatile and scare them. If the stock goes up, you can scare them, or you can talk them into hanging on a little later in the day and then dropping the price and scare them and get them out. That gives you, Christopher, who are a short, that gives you not only volatility, it gives you stock that you know is coming available. All you have to do is get the price down, and you're going to get that stock to cover the shares that you sold that don't exist. And you can call them shit stocks. They're not all shit stocks. They're shit because you destroy the price and you break securities laws. That's why they're all shit. But just because the stock's on the over-the-counter market doesn't mean it's shit. Doesn't mean it doesn't have a good business plan. Doesn't mean it doesn't have good prospects and a good team. But by the time you're done with it, it's shit. They're all shit by the time you were done with it. So thank you for your advice, which is self-fulfilling. The players that know they can cheat will do it. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. Ham said there would be volatility in G-Bucks. So I set up a buy at 70. That's fantastic, Julie. There's two things I noticed about that. One, you were smart to put it under the market, but do you see how when it's triggered, it becomes a market order, and it benefited you, which is great. But that's what happens with GTCs. So that's why when you put sell orders out, go to Doug Smith is giving you great advice. I watched a guy on, and by the way, John, I think you're here. Ham started that live before I wanted to. But it's on my list to do. I promised to locate this book, which I might do here in a minute, that you asked about. I think I have it. So, John, I haven't forgotten. But anyway, Doug, I was watching I think he was out of Philadelphia or somebody on YouTube. I just happened upon it. It was very interesting. But it's just like you say. There's very little premium at these shops. He was actually saying his volume was down. People aren't interested. So, Doug, I'm going to take this opportunity to make 3 comments. One is, if you have crap at your house that you want to sell and you know how to sell it, do it now. Right now, people are willing to pay, I don't know, $50 for an old bed, $100 for a table, I don't know, $35 for a printer that you never took out of a box, whatever. Sell that crap. Why? Because you can take the cash and you can buy silver. Anything you can sell for $50, you can take that money and buy 1 ounce of silver. In the future, that crap you have in your house, no one will want to buy it in a depression. 2 years from now, 3 years from now, no one will want to buy your crap because they won't have any money. And you don't have any money. So sell your crap now, get $50 for it, and buy 1 ounce of silver. What could 1 ounce of silver be worth 2 or 3 years from now? It could be worth $500. It could be worth $5,000 an ounce. So you could turn that piece of crap sitting in your basement into $5,000. And do you think you'll need $5,000 in 2 years in hard money? Very, very much so. And it might, in real terms, be worth $5,000. But you might, with 1 ounce of silver, you might be able to buy a car, or buy a to put it more bluntly, you might have to buy half a cow that's been slaughtered and is in a freezer. I'm not big on that we're going to go to some sort of dystopian barter economy. But I do believe silver is going to buy things that you won't believe. Anyway, that's my first comment. The second comment, I agree. I already said I agree with you. Now's the time to go, and you can get it. You can buy silver with it sounds like zero premium or maybe no premium. And my third comment is there will come a time where those shops, there'll be a line outside of those shops where you can't even buy anything out of those shops, where the premiums are massive. So Doug is right. Doug is giving you really good advice. And I am screaming as loudly as I can. Do not put off your purchases of silver. I don't care if I do die. Hey, can you hear the train a coming? It's coming round the bend. It's the orange blossom special. Well, that's because there's premiums, and the premiums, unfortunately, the only way to get around premiums, I think Doug's gotten good advice. You can go to the local shops. One of the reasons for that is you're buying coins that aren't counted. If you go on AppMax, you're buying coins that are, it's like buying food. If you buy food that's been processed, in other words, you go to a restaurant and you buy a steak, it's expensive. If you go to Costco and buy the steak, it's been slaughtered and chopped and delivered, it's cheaper. Same thing with these coins. If you go to AppMax, they've counted it, they've put it in containers, they have a whole marketing system, a whole team, and the demand is there. Demand is there, premiums go up. But these little shops, they barely have a website. So that's one way around it. The other way is to buy the constitutional coins. Another way is to buy, odd lots and unloved silver, the bars that are tarnished and the silver that looks, it's out of order and it's not in a organized container. And sometimes you don't have to pay a lot of premium on that. The other thing is to buy a lot of silver. Buy $1 million worth, and you can buy it without a lot of premium. But guys, silver will become unobtainable. There's a guy I've been trying to get to buy silver now for 6-7 months. Just hasn't happened. It went up, it pulled back. Now it's going back up. By the time he does it, I expect to pay $50 an ounce on his behalf, or $60. Tough luck, tough titties. He'll get half the silver he could have gotten just 3 weeks ago. He'll get a third of the silver he could have gotten many months ago. It's just life. It's just how it's going to be. Can't do anything about it. But it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Steve, you're still thinking, I'm not picking on you. You're still thinking that dollars are your measure of wealth. They're not going to be in the future. Silver is going to be wealth. Dollars are just going to be a flow through. I guess that's what it is. That's part of the definition of money, which is all dollars are now anyway. So whether you pay $40 an ounce or $50, and I've used 40, as my handle. But whether you pay 40 or 35 or $50 an ounce, when it's $500 or $1,000 or $5,000 an ounce, you're not going to care. What you're going to be glad is you own it. I agree with Stephen on this. Stephen's advice is very good. Why do you think silver will explode? And where's the best place to buy silver? I'll try to answer both of those. If you can, Dennis, I'm going to go see if I can find this book so I can talk about it in context of answering John's question. But my eyesight's not crisp enough to know for sure if the book is over here. But let me go look for it. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn this off while I do it. He was strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his song. He was singing my life with his word, with his word. Oh, 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 oh. Strumming my faith with his fingers. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I have gout, so I make these noises, but I'm all right. It's just pain. My prediction, pain. My prediction, pain. All right, so Dennis, rather than give you the same old crap that I always say about silver myself, why don't we see if I can find for you somebody else's words that you can't hear anywhere else, because nobody else is going to share it with you, because I'm spatial. I'm so spatial. Obviously, I'm kidding you. I'm not spatial. Okay, this is getting difficult to find. The biggest reason I think silver is ready to explode is I have, not here, but I used to have a shelf, more than a shelf. I'd say 3 shelves full of books and then newsletters, and then, I studied it for a long time. I came to precious metals, though, not first. I was always a bit of a jerk. There were guys in my office that would always talk about gold and silver, and I was a bit of a jerk. I would listen to them, but I was like, that's so sad. I would, But I came to it from peak oil, from energy. All right. See, this is the problem, trying to find something to read to you without doing it in advance. All right, so why do I think, Dennis, I'll give you my reasons, but let me just see if I can find. All right, I have a list here But I'm going to give you my reasons first on silver. It's gold is in all the headlines. Gold is in all the headlines. But gold was not in the headlines last year. And most money in America, in the West, has been invested in the stock market or with brokerage firms. I guess I got to wear that hat. My hair looks terrible. Most money has been invested with these brokers. I don't know what to do about my hair. It's all in managed money. Whether you're in a retirement plan or you're in a 401k, or you've put your money in a mutual fund, or you've put your money with a brokerage firm, it's all managed money. So these portfolio managers their performance is measured. It's measured from everything from Value Line or Morningstar or other internal measurements, and they all have a performance. So if you're a pool of money that's sitting there at a university, if you're the person managing that fund is down 25% while everybody else is up 15%, that fund is going to get fired, particularly if that fund is in gold when everyone else was in NVIDIA. So these fund managers, they're not brave. Look at Catherine Ark. She's not brave. She's always talking about what already happened, although she says it in a way as if it's predictive. It's always chasing the current fad, or unless you're Warren Buffett, some of those, or American funds. American funds tend to do, that's a mutual fund group. They I don't know what it's like now, but they used to charge an upfront fee. They didn't have the back end fee. And so people were reluctant to buy it. And I always thought there was one guy who built a really large portfolio with their funds. I always thought he was doing it for the fee, which he probably partly was. But the performance was there in fund after fund after fund. So anyway, the American funds. But my point is, last year, and I've been talking about this, but last year and for the few years prior to that, the portfolio managers, the stockbroker wealth advisors, were being rewarded for having your money in 7 stocks, basically. I don't remember them all. NVIDIA, Alphabet, Google, probably the same thing. Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Disney. I don't remember the 7, something like that. Now that last year is over, from January onward, there has been a full-on publication everywhere, headlines about gold. Why? Well, maybe some of it's legitimate in the short run, but I think it's so that wealth advisors, money managers can start building a file with news releases and articles saying what gold is. Yeah, gold is, look, I've been talking about gold even with you guys. It's up. It's at 2,950 and they're predicting it'll go to 3,000. I said 3,000 when it was 1,500 or 1,100. Actually, I said it prior to that, but I don't think I was live here. So anyway, they're building their files. Why? Because they're going to start moving money into precious metals. Okay, I'm seeing that signal. Secondly, everyone now, tip of their tongue, they can talk to you about the Bank of England doesn't have enough gold, and the gold is being shipped from Europe to the United States. Okay, that's the headlines. And it's important. Why is that going on? Why are they talking about Fort Knox? It's all very important. But why I think silver, and I tried to explain this the other day. I'm trying to think where I can find this to show you, but the countries in the West who have central banks have gold. Supposedly, we have 8,000 tons, the most in the world. To my memory, according to official records, Germany is next with 3,000 some tons. And then I think China and Russia and India are third, fourth, and fifth. And I think Poland's in there. But my point is there are reserves of gold in the Western countries supposedly sitting in the banks. So when let's say a New York bullion bank, a JP Morgan, cheats just like they do in shares of G-Bucks, just like they do in shares of NWBO, just like they do in shares of GME in the bond market. They cheat everywhere because they're entitled. But so what they do, there's paper gold, there's futures markets, and they lend out the gold. It's a lot like a portfolio of stocks. You can sell calls against, for example, a stock that's dead in the water. You can sell calls, but you don't get a lot of premium. So some people used to sell calls, sell puts because it's sitting there, or just sell. All right, I gotta go get a power cord. Hang on. There he stood, this young boy. And he was strumming my feet with his fingers. On my So anyway, let me just get to the end of that point. They sell stock they sell gold they don't own, and they do it multiple times just for a small premium. And they figure there's no risk because the Fed's always going to keep the dollar strong vis-a-vis gold. If there's ever trouble, they'll get France to sell its gold, or England to sell its gold, or Canada to sell its gold, to keep gold relatively cheap compared to the dollar. That's the theory. And then so they sell the gold, they get a premium, they lend it out, they get a premium, uh, they lend it again, get a premium. Well, that's great until the price of gold goes up. And what's been happening is that slowly, inexorably, gold has been moving to the east. Now, we as a society have decided that the single most important thing to do for the last 60 years is to make sure that women are in charge of everything. Women get as good or better educations, that they get into every single job, and that if they become in charge of the governments, of diplomacy, of the war machine, we won't go to war as much, because men have toxic masculinity and men take us to war. So whatever, you think about that. The United States had a woman who ran for president. Apparently, she got more votes. I would argue that those were stolen and misrepresented, but she lost the election. So she purchased and apparently planted the information for the Steele dossier. And she started screaming Russia, 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 that Trump was in bed with Putin, just like Tulsi, just like anybody that was her enemy. Oh, that she was worse than Joe McCarthy. But it worked because she's a woman. And she must have been mistreated because it was misogyny. And she obviously won. Time magazine said Madam President on it. Well, she lost. And she started a campaign against Russia that was unbelievable. It put our entire planet at risk because it became impossible for Trump to even really do business with Putin, although they met. And it kept him embroiled in investigation. And then we started a war under Victoria Nuland. Victoria Nuland, her husband, Robert Kagan. Her sister-in-law runs a think tank for war, Robert Kagan's sister. Their heritage all goes back to Ukrainian Jewish heritage. That's fine, but it's important to know because there's a hatred that goes for Russia that goes back to the Tsarist times. You don't have to get into anti-Semitism or any of it. You just know that there's an agenda there. That's all. Should it be our agenda? I don't know. I don't want to make a comment. I am commenting, though, that Victoria Nuland, who benefits from war, profits from war, Samantha Powers, who somehow got $30 million in her bank account. She's not Jewish. I think she's Irish Catholic, I think. Anyway, you can look it up. So my point isn't like they nailed me the other day. It's not anti Semitic. It's anti-corruption in the government. But I also would argue that we were sold a bill of goods. Turns out women can be evil or corrupt or angry or short-sighted just like men can. Turns out that women aren't any better in positions of war than men are. In fact, you could argue they're a little more reckless because they've never been punched in the nose in a fight, maybe in a terrible situation in a different kind of situation. So anyway, what Hillary Clinton, Victoria Nuland, I guess Joe Biden was sentient. Maybe Anthony Blinken, whose heritage, by the way, is Ukrainian as well. And there's a hatred, goes back before our country was even formed. Whether or not you think Blinken is a man or not, I don't know. But I think he's quite susceptible to being a simp. So you've got this thought process in the United States that Barack Obama expressed in his facile, uneducated way that, oh, Russia's just a gas station with some nuclear weapons. Well, that's actually not true. Russia has maybe not the largest population, but significant population, a well-educated population. It does have a lot of energy, and it has industry. It happens to have the most resources in the ground anyway in the world. And it I think has a pretty intelligent president. So what did we do? We, quote unquote, weaponized the dollar, and we put sanctions on Russia. We put sanctions on Iran, and we put sanctions on anywhere that Hillary Clinton's feelings got hurt because she lost an election. Well, what did that do, Dennis? That accelerated. That broke down the trust of decades that the dollar is a strong alternative, not only strong, it's the best alternative to gold in the financial markets, because we have a deep marketplace. We have the rule of law. We are a democracy. We're honest. We have free press. But when Hillary lost an election, all of government decided to turn the dollar in a weapon. So whatever you think about any of that, the rest of the world started looking at that and said, wait a minute. If I put my country's reserves in the United States dollar, and somebody in the United States has a hissy fit, or somebody in the United States becomes a megalomaniac, I don't know, put in a male name there, I don't know, whoever you want, they can take my reserves. I don't want to do that. So what's been happening quietly, and now it's accelerating, gold has been moving out of the system in physical form. They no longer want to take our word for it. And it's showing up. So the other day, somebody asked me, I think it was Ocean Sailing, why is the gold moving from London to New York? Nobody really knows, but I think it's because they've been caught in their lies. They're lying. They sold gold, lent out gold that doesn't exist, and they are losing money on those positions, and they're in trouble, and the gold's not there. So the United States, as Trump has come into office, Trump wants to clean a lot of this up. He knows he needs, and the people below know they need gold here. So at least the cameras can show the gold here. But that's going to be the wrong question. The question is going to be, who owns that gold? If we fly gold in from I don't know, Hungary, or if we fly gold in from Italy, I don't know if we are. And it's sitting there and they take pictures. Is that our gold or does it belong to Italy? I don't know. Those are the questions. But I think the gold that is moving from London to New York is in such volume that the very financial system's at risk right now. However, I think there's enough gold above ground that strong arming by Trump, strong arming by the United States military, strong arming by much lesser extent, but the other Western powers, we can manipulate enough gold around for the banks to continue to cover up their fraud, their deceit, and their lying in gold. Otherwise, gold would already be $10,000 or $20,000 an ounce. I think they're going to get away with it this time. But I think the United States is demanding either the return of gold they lent out or move the gold here, or we're not going to fund your defense. We are calling in every chit we can to save Jamie Dimon, to save Moynihan, to save Fink, to save Blankenfield, whatever his name is at Goldman Sachs. We are going to save the financial system one more time. And the reason they can is because there's a lot of gold they can move around right now. But that day of reckoning is coming. Why? China knows, Russia knows, Iran knows, India knows. They've got to get the physical gold there. China encourages its population to buy physical gold. We have cigarette machines, they have gold machines. You can go to I don't know where, a truck stop, put a coin in and buy some gold. China wants physical gold in China. And they've had that policy for decades now, probably 2 decades. I sold, well, it never went through. It's a whole different story, but I got the signatures to sell a gold mine to China. That's a different story. It's just unbelievable story. Anyway, so Dennis, how does that all relate to silver? To me, the biggest single difference between silver and gold is there are no stockpiles of silver above ground. Let me state it differently. There are no available stockpiles of silver above ground with which to manipulate the financial system in the short run. That's a broad statement, so I might be wrong on the margin. Reportedly, there's plane load after plane load of gold flying to the United States. You can't do that with silver. I mean, you can fly the silver, but you can't fly very much monetary worth in silver. Silver is very heavy. So it would probably take 6 to 9 months to ship silver here to make any difference at all. Silver is not mined as a primary resource in most of the mining industry worldwide. I'm in a silver company out of British Columbia. There's some silver mines in Mexico, Peru, but in general, the mining world goes after gold, goes after iron ore, goes after industrial metals. and silver is a byproduct. So to meaningfully ramp up annual supply of silver, even if the price goes up, is going to take time, and not 6 months. It's going to take years. Silver is in high demand, not by Western investors, but it's in high demand by Indian, Chinese, elsewhere investors for jewelry. Now, there's always jewelry. What I'm talking about is buying jewelry for a dowry or for a gift, jewelry to hold, and for investment. That demand is growing, but not here yet. Silver's demand for solar panels, for electricity, for batteries, for the military, for computers, for cell phones, for I can't remember the word for antiseptic uses medically is growing. So there's a lot of demand for silver, physical silver, above ground. So let me put it differently. When people mine for gold, most of the gold ends up stored in a vault. Yes, but there are some uses for gold. Yes, there are some uses for gold. Jewelry, but that jewelry's put on a shelf or worn. There are industrial uses for gold. Yes, some. Very small. Very small. Silver has, I can't remember the percentages, but silver, I would think, is 3/4 of silver purchased is for industrial slash military slash environmental slash medical slash I don't know how to count jewelry, but the part of jewelry that's not, that it doesn't get counted as just buying silver for investment. I think 3/4 of it, the silver produced, I'm making that number up, but I think it's that big, is consumed every year. Now, obviously, some of that can come back out if silver prices are high enough. You could go to the junkyard and recycle silver that's in computers if silver prices go high enough, but I don't think we're there yet. So anyway, what I think's happening with silver right now, and Russia just came out and announced they're buying silver in their reserve base at their central bank. But what I think's happening with silver now is the physical market matching the physical market. In other words, if someone goes in and purchases futures on silver, a call on silver in volume, and they do it that way to keep their price limited, they let that contract not expire, but they don't roll it over. They use it to exercise, to ask for the silver to be delivered to them. And they do this in London and here in New York, Chicago. This is a way of getting large positions in silver at a known price, so an Apple can have enough silver to make their computers, as an example. I think the physical market in silver has already reached the point where the physical supply is smaller than the demand for physical silver. And that demand for physical silver is not, I'm not talking about Western purchases of coins. I'm talking demand for silver for corporate, military, medical, environmental purposes. So I think the silver market is going to collapse, and I think it's going to be soon. Am I going to be right? Who knows? All I know is they're not going to be able to play the games that they can play with the gold market for a while longer. I don't think they're going to be able to do that with silver. So that's my biggest reason, and I think it's coming to an end. But also, silver is cheaper than gold, and silver is the poor man's gold and poor woman's gold, and I think people will start buying it. Obviously, price changes everything. If the price goes up, more supply comes out. But then what John wanted me to talk about is the gold-silver ratio, and the ratio to everything. And that's what I'm going to have a hard time finding. Let me see if it's in the index. Here's that word. Depleted unobtainium. All right, I'm going to read this to you, Dennis. Silver supply, this is not me saying it, I'm reading it to you. Silver supply peaked in 2016 and is now facing a historic challenge. We're basically running out of silver. According to a 2021 article on Seeking Alpha, quote, the 2021 United States Geological Survey report shows that silver production and silver reserves have peaked. Total silver reserves declined 14%. When we extrapolate the charts, we can estimate that silver deposits will be depleted in about 20 years. Let me read that to you again. The 2021 USGS report stated that we can estimate that silver deposits will be depleted in about 20 years, if not sooner, as the average life of a silver mine is currently only 10 years. Now we're reading, 20 years may be overly pessimistic, but I've seen other solid estimates that within 25 years, we will be out of mineable silver at these prices. Remember, price always makes a difference. As silver runs out, the price must rise significantly to make mining low-grade deposits. I'm sorry about my hair. I don't know what to do about my hair. Making low-grade deposits profitable. Otherwise, there is no electronics industry, and that means no modern life. Silver is a necessary, indispensable metal we absolutely must have at any price. Whilst there are any number of gold mines in the world, that is not the case with silver. Only 1/3 of the silver produced yearly, only 1/3, I was off in my number, only 1/3 of the silver produced yearly comes from a dedicated silver mine. The vast majority of silver produced is actually a byproduct, mainly from gold and base metals miners, copper, lead, zinc. If there is a prolonged recession, demand for base metals will fall. Mines will close or reduce operations, a lead mine, a zinc mine, a copper mine, leading to a steep drop-off in silver production. Any output from dedicated silver mining will not come close to compensating for that. They simply don't have the ability to ramp up. And forget about new mines opening. That is a process that now takes 10 to 20 years. 10 to 20 years from discovery to production. So if you see demand for and the price of base metals drop, that's a sure sign that higher silver prices will be coming. Okay, so Dennis, where might the price of silver go? And one of the things I've said here many times, I don't know, for 2 years, 3 years, but certainly very repetitively for the last 6 months or so. Everything in this financial bubble, everything, trucks, educations, dating women, marrying women, divorcing women, raising children, medical care, price of homes, commercial real estate, stocks, bonds, everything in this everything bubble has gone to new highs. Oddly adjusted for inflation, gold didn't go to an all-time high until last month. I think it was last month, adjusted for inflation. John would point out to you accurately the same thing about platinum and palladium. I'm not as, I don't have anything in my memory on those except that it's also true. But silver, I think alone, possibly one of those P's as well, but I think silver alone in all the assets in the world, although I noticed gasoline is pretty cheap today. But silver in all the financial assets in the world has not made a nominal high. I'm sure this will probably say it, but I think during the Hunt brothers run on silver in 1979 or so, I think it got to $51 or something, $52. I think silver nominally during Barack Obama's and Bernanke's time, maybe 15 years ago, maybe 14 years ago, I think it got to 51. But let's see if he says here. Here's the question, Dennis. Where might silver go? In 1980, the price of silver shot up from $1.29 to a Chicago Board of Trade intraday high of $52.50. So that's the number, 52.50. Since then, it made one more run at $50, topping at $48.70. It didn't even make $50 in 2011. But silver has never surpassed $52.50 since 1980. Since Madonna was hot. Maybe she was hot. I would argue that silver is the most undervalued asset in the world today. Can you think of anything else that is selling for less today than it was in 1980? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Silver was definitely in a bubble in January of 1980. But I believe that because of the coming economic storm, now, both gold and silver are destined for bubbles far greater than this time around. So let's compare what the silver price would be if it were to go into the same type of bubble relative to the growth factor in currency supply as compared to other assets since 1980. The following numbers will show where silver would be relative to its 1980 peak, with the price derived simply by multiplying the 1980 52.50 high by the percentage rise in these other categories to their peak over the last 10 years. So if you did that, in other words, if you used these measures versus the high in silver, the consumer price index, silver would be trading today at $200. The median home price, silver today would be trading at $468. The Wilshire 500 stock index, silver today would be trading at $2,178. 10-year Treasury bonds, silver today would be trading at $1,059. United States gross domestic product, silver today would be trading at $468. Measured against currency in circulation, silver today would be trading at $971. This is to get back to the high. As compared to the high of 1980. This is not expanding on the multiple. All right. And then he does it against M2 and MZM. But the average of all of that right now, if silver were to trade at an average multiple of all financial assets in the bubble versus its 1980 high, silver would be $921 today. Has there ever been an investment opportunity in all of human history with the potential upside of silver? At a time when the governments of every country on earth are trashing their currencies into the ground, a window exists for us to swap their lying, depreciating currency for real money. When will it happen? How long do I have left? No one knows, but it's coming. Unobfordium, unobtainium. All right, so Dennis, I like this. I didn't, I didn't prepare this. Let me emphasize that this is the most important not to do in the chapter. Do not delay. And that's what I'm saying. Where am I getting it from? It's just instinctive on my part. But I am saying that. Do not delay buying silver. Do not delay. Anyway, that's what he's saying. Do not delay. You can do whatever you want, but you should be buying now to avoid the problem of access to limited supplies and sky-high prices when everyone else will be clamoring for silver. I'm paraphrasing a little. You are accustomed to going to the supermarket, easily finding a parking space, finding everything you came for on the shelves, and not waiting very long in the checkout. Imagine when a hurricane comes or is predicted. Suddenly, thousands of cars are in the parking lot. Everybody's scrambling for the door. Everyone is pell-mell over the shelves, and they stand in line forever in the checkout line. That is what's coming for gold and silver. All dealers will be overwhelmed. The competition for coins and bars will be intense. When you finally find something to buy, you will be shocked and angered at the price you must pay. And there will be a long time to wait for delivery. All right, I want to see if this might not be, unfortunately, this might not be the book I think it is, but it might not be the book that John wants to see. Okay, Dennis, let me read this to you. Since 1980, when the last time silver went to its high, $52.50, there's 18 times more people who can buy precious metals. There's 50 times more currency, 55 times more currency. There's 56 times more millionaires. There's 200x on billionaires. There's 220x on credit, available credit. There's 31 times the number of assets under management. And the global stock market cap is up 49 times since 1980. Hello? Yeah, I'm all right.
What's happening? Anything?
I don't know.
Are you live or something?
Yeah, I'm live.
I don't care. I'm just driving to do something for my wife.
All right, I'll let you go drive your wife crazy.
No, she's not. I'm buying the car by myself. Put me on.
All right, you're on.
All right, so everyone, I just sent a photo of me and Dan Bongino. I by the Secret Service to go speak to Dan Bongino. This happened about a year ago. So Dan Bongino is 100% up to speed on what's going on. And the Secret Service sent me to him and the two gentlemen. They both know each other, and I was sent there to educate him on it. So I just showed another shareholder, my meeting with Dan, what I had on that. And the gentleman that knew I went to that meeting said to me, "This is going to be so explosive, these names." He goes, "Trump is going to smash the shit out of him." And he actually knows someone who's very close to Trump. He said the same thing. He goes, "I don't understand investors." And I'm telling you that this is the greatest opportunity that I've ever seen on Wall Street, because we are never told by the government which way the stocks are going to go. They don't give you the heads up. You got to figure it out. And this one is you have Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Devin Nunes, the president, Cash Patel. These are all Trump's people. Everybody is here. He's going after everyone. It's going to happen. These things are, you could find whatever stock that you want to get involved with. I really do not care. But the shit is going to hit the fan, and the opportunity in a lifetime. I'll just give you an example. Let's say, William, by accident, you bought, 50,000 GBUX at $1. It went to 10. 50,000 made you 500,000.
But I didn't sell.
Listen, you will sell. The opportunities are coming for events like this, only bigger. Only bigger. GBUX, for example, hasn't even started yet. Didn't even warm up yet. And they're 2 million shares short with a 1 million share float, and the company has $100 million in the bank. I don't know about you, but whoever's short this stock is the biggest moron I ever met in my life. He's actually fighting, think he's going to save his ass. The company's got him by the balls already. They got the money. Where are you going? What if they drop the other $100 million that we're hearing? What if they get a business that is just out of this world? I don't know exactly what they're doing. You're sitting here shorting it before you even know anything. That's the sick part about it. When I shorted to people, they knew exactly what the company was doing. And one of the biggest shorts I ever worked on was U.S. Surgical. And they had a surgeon that was advising the fund that their technology, whatever it was on U.S. Surgical, whatever they were using, the technology wasn't good enough to support it. And that's why they shorted it. These guys don't even know what the company does, and they're shorting it. Finger Motion has been dropping news of all these things that they're doing. Lynn Partners has no idea. They have no idea why they're short. They have no idea. It was just a number to them. Now what do you do? Someone put up news on that Chinese news wire about the Finger Motion, and the insurance industry is now using AI
is finger motion going to be an AI in the insurance industry in China, the first of its kind? You want to know something? If they're writing about it, it's coming. I believe it. They're the connection to the insurance industry into China. And if they have to use AI to develop their platform to price these models on the insurance policies, it's coming. Finger motion is light years in every aspect of their business in China. It's contracts, connections, it's all there. And just show you the difference, finger motion raised $5 million. This other company, GBUX, raised $100 million. $100 million. And some idiots are shorting it. People, these things are going to turn. I know they're hard to watch. I get it. I hate watching it too. This morning, the manipulation of finger going from 147 down to 129. Over what? Nothing. Finger motion, GameStop, DJT, maybe AMC, maybe a few other ones that I don't know about it. They seem to be all linked together. They all went down together today on great news that Trump is coming for them. Who in their right mind is still staying around this thing? They're trying to shake you out. That's all they're trying to do. I posted naked shorts or shorts. What do? They spike them up a little bit, and then they crash them down real fast to get you to panic. That's what they did in finger motion today. Got it to 147, knock it down to 130, saying, fuck you, you idiots. You're all wrong. That's what the message was. GBUX, the guys were dying at $10. They've been attacking it for 3-4 days now, straight down. They know we're talking about them. But the real safety net is the company got $100 million. If the company didn't have fundamental money behind it, it's a tough sale to stay there when it went to 10. I don't see any fear when the company's got $100 million in the bank. What's the fear? I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense. So I think that the opportunity of a lifetime is, it's more than ever. They're shooting flares up in the sky, telling you. And I still got people that are hesitant about buying things. The one gentleman called me today. He goes, I never seen anything like this in my life. And he's a professional guy. And they've been adding every day into the names that we follow. They buy. You don't do it all at the same time. You just keep adding it until they break. And that day is coming, and it's coming fast. You have the president, the richest man in the world, everybody on your side. Everyone. And people are still dragging their feet. You're out of your bird. You should never play in the stock market again if you don't understand what's going on here. It's just out of control. It's so massive that people are not even paying attention to it. And I think you really got to wake up because the opportunity is here and it can be gone in a second.
So how long would you hold on to G-Bucks and not sell it in lieu of putting that money in finger motion?
I'm not selling it because I think I can get north of 30 shortly.
When do you think that happens?
I can't believe they're still standing here. It's just amazing. I can't tell you a second.
So if it took 2 weeks and it didn't happen, would you sell whatever you have in G-Bucks and buy finger because you think finger's going to go up? Or you're just riding G-Bucks for whatever?
Listen, if you're doing G-Bucks, finger motion, you know, I can't really tell you what to do. You know what's going to happen? I'll give you an example. If I was to say, okay, G-Bucks is at 15, sell it, and go by finger motion.
Yeah.
G-Bucks will go to 100, and finger motion will go sideways for you. And you can say, well, that's pretty crazy you would say that.
Well, it's happened to me.
Yeah.
I've seen it 50 times already.
Yeah.
It's happened to me personally. I sell one, go to another. The one that I just jump into doesn't move, and the other one goes crazy, or whatever, vice versa. I just think that I'd rather see you, if you do own some G-Bucks, as it runs up next time, if you want to pair a little off, if you bought 1,000, you sell 500 at 12 or 13. And then you say, okay, I got 500 left and I can sit with it. I'll sell that money and I'll put it over the finger. But at least participate instead. I don't believe in jumping in and out of things. I like to, I could have done that 20 times in things. When GDC went, I bought it. I averaged down. I wasn't happy. It jumped. It went to 7. I said, fuck you. It went to 12. People calling, why'd you sell? I had it in my mind. I wanted to move the money to finger motion, but I waited to move it. I was in it at $1.40 at that time. It was my average. I waited for the move. And then I didn't get the whole move, but I got, a big percentage of it. And I sold it and put it into finger. But I didn't run and I didn't pay, $1 for GBUX, and I owned it at $1.30 and say, let me take my loss and go here. I don't do that. I wait until the opportunity. I bought it for a reason, and I'm going to stay with it. GBUX, I was told it's a stock of 2025. It had nothing when we were starting. It was a small company. The news comes out, they got $100 million. What am I running from? Because the stock went up and down $1, $2, big fucking deal. This stock is going to run $30 or $40 when it starts running. You can see they're trapped. I didn't know it was going to turn into a short squat. There was a fundamental play. But following the information, now you can see the shorts. You can see it. I outlined it. If you can't see this, then you're blind. These guys are trapped. It's 2 million shares of stock. I rounded it up. It will be there by Wednesday at 2 million shares. And where are they going? And for every person that has called me up and said that the shorts always win, and for everyone here again, I'll write it down for you again. If they thought they can win, why would you not sell G-Bucks at 15 or 20 instead of trying to sell it down to 6? Does that make any sense?
I don't think it does make sense to people.
I let it go higher.
I don't think it makes sense.
I wouldn't try to sell it lower.
Yeah.
But that's what they do. They're selling it lower because they can't maintain they can't maintain the margin. These guys were getting calls for margin. Their prime brokers calling them up saying, fuck you, if this thing isn't down by Tuesday, you're out. And you can see the attempt to sell. I have a friend that bought 50,000 and most of his volume didn't even show up. I don't even know where the fucking trades are going. People tell me all the time trades are not being reported. This is what happens. But again, go look at a lot of these stocks that get squeezed to the heavens. They always have that moment of doubt. Oh, it's never going to work. The shorts are going to win. As soon as you bail out, you see what happens. Listen, Trump, everyone, the SEC. I put up the story from 2011 from The Economist. The regulators are rattled by all the unsettled trades. Everyone knows. This is not a secret. Everybody knows that this stuff is coming down. They just can't do it fast enough. They can't. We all want it done in 2 seconds.
Yes, sir. 2 seconds. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. These guys, the game is over. These guys are in. It's massive short squeezes are coming. Like G-Bucks. Let's say it goes 50 to 100. Big emotion could go to 2,000. There could be 5 names I don't even know that go to 2,000.
Hey, you're striking fear in the criminal's heart. One of them just said this. Ham just posted on Twitter 4 minutes ago. He's out of G-Bucks? Exclamation point, question mark. Man, you're striking a chord. You are striking a chord.
Hold on, we might suggest that. Hold on, I'm in the car. I said I won't sell the shares till they're broken in jail. How's that? Was that okay? Does that tell you everything? Can everyone see that?
Did you put it on Twitter?
Yeah, see if it's up there. Make sure it's there.
So you didn't sell. So this guy who's a buddy of everyone here is lying? Wow.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
It's unbelievable, right?
What a surprise.
Let me ask you a question. Why would I sit here if MLSS, William, did I sell it?
Yeah.
Do you hear me talk about it anymore?
No.
That's because I have no interest in it. GDC, I sold it.
Yeah.
You ever hear me talk about it again?
Only when we ask you.
So I'm not involved in it anymore. GTII, there's nothing to say because it doesn't trade. And for those people who think I walked away on GTII, I'm the one that got the company for you. So you can go fuck yourself. I went and got that guy. So don't ever say that again. So there you go. I addressed that one. I know John Forrester. I got him. John Forrester told me about the guy from DJT. The guy from
And
DJT.
you're no John Forrester.
And he said, point blank, they know. Trump knows they're going to squeeze the shorts. Just go read what John's saying there. He knows what's coming. Listen, you got scumbags here. Their motive is to get you to sell. That's it. And you know what? I got it. If I was short, I'd be doing the same thing too. I got it. But I'm not going to be a lowlife like these guys trying to steal your money.
Well, rather than get caught up in a back and forth, I just think it's a sign that you're onto something.
Wow.
Why does this idiot come on and post a lie unless he's caught?
They're all caught. Listen, the market makers that are here are low-life scumbags out of Boca Raton and their friends. These are guys that are tied to Andrew Left. Andrew Left had a connection to all these little market makers. These guys are such asinines that they think that they're going to be, they should all be arrested. And when Trump's people, and I told you a long time ago, we reached out to someone close, they said one day they're going to call, will you come in? And I told them, absolutely. So the first persons I'm going to throw on the bus besides Lynn is all these market makers that are out here just stealing and couldn't give a rat's
Hey,
ass.
I know a guy that makes nice toupees. We'll chip in and get you one before you have to go.
I don't care.
It's designed like Trump's hair.
I don't care.
I know. I would joke if you did.
All right.
It would be mean if you did care.
If I
It would
got
be very
sold,
mean.
yeah. And to even make sure I don't sell, I have a friend of mine holding my position. And anytime I instructed him, I will not sell. And he knows it. So that's the way it goes.
So just to summarize it again, because I got the question again, what would you do if you own G-Bucks and you own Finger, but you're concerned that you want to switch G-Bucks to Finger? I know
I can't advise you on that because I said to do something. One of them would go and everyone's sending me this thing. Reese politics. Breaking. Politicians are panicking and trying to prevent Dodge from access to the SEC data. Doge, whatever.
Dodge is a car.
Doge, whatever.
Doge is a dog. I don't know. Department
Maxine Waters is trying desperately to stop the Doge from auditing the SEC.
She just wants her youth back.
Yeah, the fucking chattering teeth. There's not more I could say. Again, don't listen to these people lying. It's bullshit.
And it's not going to matter. Their lies, if they convince one of you to do something according to them, and I'm not telling you what to do at all. I don't have it's not going to change anything. You'll lose out on a trade and they'll go on with wherever they go. It's just, you got to stick to your guns. This guy that comes on here, he doesn't care about you. He uses a fake name. He lies to you. I don't know.
That's what they do. What do you want me to say? I would do the same thing. If I was trapped, I'd be sitting there.
I don't
saying,
know
oh,
if you
God.
would. That would be lying.
Well, no, I'm just saying if you're devious like these guys, they've been doing it for so long. Again, they're trying to do anything to get you to sell. That's all they want to do. That's it. I've seen it from the Raging Bull days. Guys, you guys are rookies. Going on Twitter, there's 100-1 longs now. I fought this battle. There were 10 of us, including Pat Byrne, versus thousands of these crooks. So if you think we're going to back down, you're out of your mind. We don't back down. What else?
James Bond has been sold to Bezos. All right, so what about the CEOs don't like squeezes and they'll stop the squeeze by offering stock? Come on.
That's what GameStop did.
That's what GameStop did and still does.
GameStop plugged the shorts 140 million times. Yep. Not 40 million times, 140 million times. Mm-hmm. And I'm tired of the people from GameStop telling me, I said, listen, not one person filed that they bought 140 million shares were sold.
Right.
You know? There's the proof right there. 140 million shares were sold. Not one person filed. You think someone would have said who bought 5 million shares, raise their hand up and say, I'm proud to be an owner. Nobody did it.
I'm proud to be an American.
Right. It's ridiculous. Am I done, William? Got anything else here?
Yeah, I don't know anything else.
So I got on the call with you right away. I'm selling my position. I'm selling my position. I don't believe what I'm talking about anymore. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, what I heard you say is you think you can get out at $30 on G-Bucks, and you think soon. I don't really know how to define soon. I don't know if that's this week, next week, or whenever. But I also heard you say, which is right, as soon as you get out of one of these, it'll be the wrong thing. So that's what I've dealt with. Sometimes when you make your choice, you got to stick with it till it works.
Listen, I sold GDC at 7. It went to 12.
Yeah. Well, that's fine.
But the only reason I sold it is because A, I was getting bludgeoned in it. B, I used the money to buy more finger, and that's what I did.
Right.
So there's your answer. Why wouldn't I? Could have held on and made another $5. But if I held on and didn't sell, the stock went back down to $2 or $1.50, wherever it went to. So that was just a decision I made that, hey, I was getting my ass, I'll say it like my buddy said, I was getting my ass cleaned, which is completely wrong. But, and I decided to get out. That's the only reason. And I put it into finger motion. That's what I did. Now I'm looking at it. A company just got $100 million. What's the race to get out? Someone tell me. No one's giving me an answer. Why?
It's just because it's down. It's been down Thursday, Friday, and Monday. That's why
and the attacks come, and they come fast. And selling it as low as fast as possible. The stock hasn't traded in 2 hours until just now, where someone they knocked out and offered it lower. It doesn't even trade. A friend of mine from Florida he bought 2,300 shares today at $6.75. You know, he went in and he bought more. I mean, smart people know what's going on. The company got $100 million. I told you before, no public company is going to announce they got $100 million. If you're going to send out up a flare, you might as well say you got the cure for cancer and $1 billion investment from Bill Gates. But you know, that would light the sky up and get you arrested. So the shorts will sit there and say, "Oh, it's a fraud." Okay, then short the stock, borrow it, short it. But that they can't do. They can't do legitimate shorts. I have to tell you, when I was doing short selling, the people that I dealt with, even though they were negative or whatever, I never seen a story come out. I never saw a short and distort attached to any of the names I was in. Zero. They made their bets, win, lose, or draw. If it went up, they shorted more. I told you, I started short U.S. Surgical at 22. My last sale was 122. 122. They never said boo. And at the end, we bought the stock back at like $15, all of it. That's a real short. The new shorts, the new game in town, as much as you can, flood the market with as many counterfeits as you can, sell millions, sell $1 billion, and then come out with a short distort game. That's what they do. That's the new short in town. That's the game now. They need profits fast, and the reason they need money fast, they need to close these transactions out, is because they can't maintain these trades. They can't maintain the volume. They can't maintain the money. They can't meet the margin. You name it. That's why. That's why the attacks are fast. That's why you see stocks go up and do a round trip right back down real fast. For example, GBUX. And I posted to Donald Trump. I said, how could it be possible the only stocks that go up are the brokerage stocks, the ones that's stealing all the money? Interactive Brokers over $200. Goldman Sachs was down back up on the day. All these stocks. Why would you invest in a cancer company or anything else? Just buy a brokerage stock. They just never go down. VIRT is worthless. Zero. Who's buying it today at $35? It's worthless. It has no business. Zero. All they do is pay for order flow and then steal what they can off your order flow. That's it. Settle the trades. They'll never buy another order again. Then they got to start trading to make money legitimately. They can't do it. It's impossible. I put up a stock today that got short squeezed. I heard Wilson Davis brought the company public. It's called Atlas something, AT something. I put it up. I can't remember the symbol. It was squeezed up $6 today. It's a prime broker, clearing service, somehow tied to, Wilson Davis, which are total scumbags out of Utah. And inside the thing, there's a letter clarifying their arrangement on raising money, and there's a toxic note in there. Hello, people. That's a scam. That's a scam. Well, Wilson Davis is a scam house. They probably got some of their buddies that shorted. They squeezed it up. Whoever they got caught short, they squeezed it up. ATLS, maybe something like that. And they squeeze it up. These guys convert their note. They walk away with millions of dollars, and then eventually it drop back to earth. It's a piece of shit clearing firm. Their stocks go up. Companies working on cancer can't move a quarter. So they always go lower. So if you're in the club, you win. If you're not in the club, you get fucked around all day. And we broke into the club, exposing the criminals. That's why they don't like us. Anything else, William?
No, I don't think so.
If you guys can't see these trades sticking out like a sore thumb, again, you may have some scoop on some other name. You know, that TELO could be a good one. It's just that there's no one talking about it. They help to help your pets stay alive, or eventually a human. They don't care. Extend your life. No one cares. Buy Interactive Brokers. Buy Robinhood. Make a new high. Buy Goldman Sachs. They can't keep you alive. These people are so sick. They think money's going to save your life. It doesn't work. Everyone. There's plenty of billionaires in the graveyard. Go look.
There are?
Criminals. They're just unbelievable. How could GameStop, DJT, Finger Motion, AMC, whatever, GBU, every company is different, yet they're all down today. The only thing in common is they're all naked shorted stocks. All of them are down today. Why? What has GameStop got to do with AMC, AMC with DJT, DJT with Finger, or Finger do with GBUX? Zero. And they're all down. No rhyme or reason, nothing. Complete fraudulent activity. Anything else, William? I don't think I could say it any more louder. Finger Motion had 2 hours up in the sun. An hour on Friday near the close, and this morning for 30 minutes. That was it. Then it's back down to sell it again. Who's in the rush to sell it? The people who paid $1.50 didn't even get to $1.50. You're selling it back down. I can see if you pay $1.50, when it gets to $1.50, you sell it. I got that, and that happens a lot. But the stock didn't even get to $1.50. It's insane. The people that are trading money, they all belong in, they're morons. I don't even know who's allowing it to happen. That's the craziest part. There's no rhyme or reason to what they're doing. You're risking losing and going to jail, everything in your life. And they don't even think about it. I told you, once Trump arrests one of them, it's all over with. They're all going to run. I don't know, that court case with Hindenburg and Andrew left, how that no one's grabbing these guys. There should be a story every day about who they're giving up. Because they're ratting out everybody. These people, it's just insane. That doesn't even make any sense. So I was just looking on the phone. GBUX was 610 bid. Now it's 620 bid. Then it went to 625 bid. They're trying to cover. They can't cover. They can't cover. They're trying to cover. They can't cover.
Well, maybe they can if you sold your position, and maybe that would change.
I'm going to sell my position. I'm just so sick. Listen, these people don't know. Hold on. Breaking. Doge has found a staggering amount of fraud, abuse, and waste at the SEC. Now the SEC is planning to shut down.
You don't think Gary Gensler was corrupt, do you?
No, my God.
And Virginia Countrywide, was she corrupt?
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
I don't know. Or maybe she's at FINRA, Virginia Countrywide. Anyway, I thought she was at SEC.
I don't know who that is.
But
maybe again,
I got it wrong.
When they speak, There's news coming out that the SEC is now caught. There's things that are completely fraudulent there. They're trying to block them from going in there. Why? Why would anyone want to block anybody from catching what's going on at the SEC with these? All these people have to be in on it. It just doesn't make any sense. We put the truck in front of the SEC 15 times. Personally, me and the people I know, we probably called the SEC 5,000 times reporting crimes. No one's ever heard anything about all those phone calls. They just go into we don't even know where, right? We've gotten calls back from investigators. Nothing. And here it is. They're fighting. They stopped the CAT system from exposing the paper trail where all the trades go. They won't show the blue sheet investigation on MMTLP. What's the big deal? I don't give a shit if John Berta was Attila the Hun. He had nothing to do with the trading of that stock, MMTLP. It was a spinoff. The SEC approved it. And they started trading under false information. And no one's even saying anything about that. Instead, they want to shoot the messenger. They want to go after John Berta, who I know personally. He exposed the criminals, and he trapped them. And because he trapped them and fucked them, now they can't take that loss. They're going to lose billions of dollars. They let it go on so long. There's got to be a settlement in that name. They're going to make everybody sign a release. They're going to pay you, and it's just going to, no one's going to be allowed to speak about it. I wish I owned it, because if they called me, I would tell everybody. They all belong in jail for that. What's going on there? People have been fighting every day. I spoke with Anna this morning, Anna Trades. This poor woman has done nothing but try to fight for everybody. Every day since I met her. And the SEC, she caught Gary Gensler in the hallway. William, you were there at the hearing? Right in his face. Right in his face, she told him.
I took the pictures.
Right in his face. And what did he do? Nothing. How do you walk away from people who are screaming for help? He couldn't care less. And he's the right. It's not like he's a referee. He's the chief regulator. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less about her family, her mother, nobody. Couldn't care less. And I told you, if you can't fight, you got to fight. Because it's good. They're going to steal from you. This has been going on so long. They stole from my dad, who passed away, from me. Now they're stealing from my daughters. And now they want to steal from my grandson. And you guys think it's a joke? There's people that post who come on this call think it's a joke. Any of these bashers who want to meet anytime, I'll give you an address. Come, bring your friends, bring whoever the fuck you want. Come tell us to our face. Have a pair of balls. Be a man. You want to talk shit? We're willing to listen. Come on. Instead, they just post and run away. That tells me they're from 13th Avenue. That's what it tells me. Chicken shits. And the real shitheads are from Boca Raton. And if you say to me, what makes you think of those two locations? Just go to FINRA and look at the monthly violations. When there's a brokerage firm, a small name that we don't know, they're always out of New York or Florida. You never see naked short selling claims against companies in the middle of the country, or Mississippi or Alabama, nothing like that. It's always New York and Florida. That's 100%. Every time I see it, I read the stupid things. Florida, Tampa, Florida, Boca Raton, Florida, Jacksonville. You see them all the time. It's the same places. New York City, always New York City. California was Wetbush. It's the same thing. I don't know how hard it is to find them all, but I think the government's pretty smart. Pam Bondi's smart. Dan Bongino's smart. These people, they don't want crime. These are people that don't want crime, and they're on our side. So for the guy who's bashing, who's saying all this nonsense, we'll be glad if you forgive us your name and everything. We'll be glad to introduce you to the regulators. I'll make sure that happens.
He doesn't want to give his name.
Yeah, I'll be glad to introduce him to Dan Bongino. And let me tell you something. I met Dan Bongino. He's a tough motherfucker. That guy.
You're no Dan Bongino.
No, I'm no Dan Bongino. That's for sure. This is a tough fucking guy. And if he's here, you guys don't realize. Burns always talked about the DOJ, and how there's some very serious law enforcement people here. Pat Byrne knows. Don't get me wrong. There's some people that look the other way, but there's some serious people. When they get you, you're going to jail. And these guys keep trying. That's the sickest part. 6 months ago, when you got the warning shot that they're coming, these people thought Trump would never win. But now he's here, and you're still poking around? It's unbelievable. Anybody who gets caught now that's still poking around, still playing, before you get 10 years, now you're still here, you deserve life. That's how stupid you are. And that's the thing that tells me that a lot of these guys are offshore. Anything else, William?
No, I don't think so. GDC's up today, and
what's that?
GDC's up today, and Thomas sold his whatever the.
Listen, if anybody's in GDC and you're even, maybe up a few bucks, we really have no information. So I don't even know what to tell you. So if you get a chance to get even or make a few bucks, that's a position that maybe you want to move on from. Maybe if you own 10,000 shares, get it down to only 1,000 share and let it go. That's something I would do. I know nothing about it. I know zero about it. I'm waiting for people to tell me about it, and I haven't heard anything.
So Thomas sold his G-Bucks for 30. He had 30 shares. He sold it for a profit. He bought 60 back today. So that's pretty good.
Wow. That's a great trade in a great way. So, and it runs up again, you can sell 30. If it pulls back, next time you buy 90 shares.
Yeah.
By the time you're done, you'll have 3,000.
Yeah. If
it goes, you got 60 shares. That's the way to do it. I told you before, don't stand like the Statue of Liberty. You can make trades. There's no one's gonna bite you. When people say diamond hands and all that bullshit, that's bullshit. Think how many people got stuck in GameStop because they said they want to be diamond hands. Don't sell it. And I tell you every day, protect yourself.
Well, $30 sounds like a nice target.
I think it's going to be 30 fast. I think you're going to get an express on that trade.
I would love it.
I think it's going to be an express. I can tell you how high it's going to go after I see that move. I can't really tell you because I got to see what they do. I told you about Root. The shorts covered where? Up to 140? And it's been drifting down every day. That's why I told you it's very dangerous. Right? I said that a bunch of times. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. So here it is. You got your opportunity again. It's just, in Root, it's too dangerous. It can go up 40, down 40. I can't tell you what's going on. I can tell you it's definitely shorts covering. You can see that. And when they're done, stocks fall back to earth. GameStop, when it was done, it came back to earth. But they shut it down, but it came back to earth. The next squeeze, it went to 80. The company came out, raised what? $4 billion, whatever it raised, sold 140 million shares. The stock has a completely different look than it did before. because
You
the guy
better be
sold 100 books.
careful. Any criticism of Roaring Kitty, that guy is smart and he's wealthy, and
Hey,
you
listen, I
better
know a
be
lot of
careful.
wealthy people. I know a lot of wealthy people. And you want to know something? I don't personally care. The guy is a buffoon. He's never.
I don't
given
think he's
anybody-
wealthy. I don't think he's wealthy.
I don't know if he's wealthy or not. I don't know what he's done. I have no idea what he's done. As far as I'm concerned, he's a buffoon. He has no information. He has no knowledge of anything. And we had 600,000 people go on a call. He looked like a total asshole. And we all watched him. Bill, I'm sorry. It was my wife.
You better take care of her.
I will. I appreciate it. So I'll leave you with that. Again, listen, the life-changing situation is screaming at you. Screaming at you. And the President of the United States is telling you. You know? So listen, guys, I'm going to leave it at that. You know what it is.
Thank you.
I can't bang the drum. The government's telling you it's coming. Never before has the government told you what a stock is going to do, and they're telling you right now. They're telling you never, and they're telling you the stocks. The only way they can go is up. So anyway, all right, everyone, have a great night. William, I'll speak to you later. Thank you.
All right, bye. I'll just quickly look and see if there's any of this news that he's talking about anywhere that I check. And not that I doubt him, I just... people are upset at the Bongino appointment. Musk warns federal workers return to office or be placed on leave. I don't see this news, but I'm just not looking in the right place. All right, let me look one other place. I don't see it. Where else can I look? Maybe there. I guess it's on Twitter, though. You can find it there. He got it. Dr. Deborah Birx. She says, oh, well, I don't care what she says. All right. Thank you. I forgot you asked that question. I don't know about that. I don't think the MMTLP blue sheets are game over. but I don't know what you mean by game over. Um, I think if it's, let's use your example, if there's blue sheets and Ann Wagner is retired and or ignored, and the trades are, there's a ledger, and it shows which firms have what and which clients have, the whole thing, it's fully transparent. I'm not sure the game's over then, because some of these broker dealers will argue, hey, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. You caught me on the kitchen floor banging the girl next door. It wasn't me. And they'll have attorneys say it wasn't them. And they'll fight it out, and it'll go on for a long time. And their arguments will be something like this. It'll be, we did everything we did in good faith. We executed the orders on behalf of our clients, and we were assured by such and such, so and so, that the trade was good. So I think a lot of the firms will take that argument and probably get off the hook or just delay it. Time is their king. What happens to the handful of firms that have the huge problem? I don't know. That you might be right there, but what I'm concerned about, Richard, is a lot of the orders, a lot of the trades, a lot of the problems started in Europe. I don't think there's any records of the trades. Now, there should be records of the trades here. And there's certainly, what you're implying is the blue sheets here, so that if there's a look into the brokerage accounts, there should be our side of the record. But anyway, I'm not sure it's game over. I think it just starts a round of legal back and forth forever. The other thing, if you mean by game over that there's some sort of trading and short squeeze, I don't think so at all. But where I think there is a game over, and where you could be onto something, is if Doge sets that up, they start examining the trades, and out of those, what is it? I forget now, 105 broker dealers. There's 5 or 6 that really is where the problem is. If there's fraud in there, yeah, that could, and they would find it. That could be it. I think they're going to find fraud at, I don't, it's my opinion, and I say it based on information and belief. I have absolutely no way of proving it, but I think they're going to find fraud at Fidelity and possibly at Ameritrade, which is now TD Ameritrade, and I think they're going to find fraud at FINRA. And yeah, that could be game over. That could be game. I think fraud is where game is over. But otherwise, they're going to argue, oh, our systems, there was a glitch. We should have caught it, but we didn't see it, and oopsie, and they'll hire Gibson Dunn. So I don't know. Let's find out. But I tell you what, Richard, you can't have a game over without Doge, you can't have a game over without the blue sheets. So you might be right. I don't want to be negative. I just don't want to be overly primrose path either. Will it force the resolution of failure? I don't think so. Okay, so now I'm seeing what you're asking. I'm not really optimistic without fraud. Let's just divide it. Without proving fraud, I'm not optimistic for a ginormous settlement price. Why? Because I guess two things. One, nobody's asking for their shares. So these brokerage firms can say, well, Your Honor, we stood ready to give them their shares. They never asked. So that's one. I really think people are being stupid, not asking for their shares. Secondly, the last transactions, I don't know, $2, $5, $4. The lawyers on the other side are going to say, Your Honor, that's all we owe them. And the other lawyers are going to say, baloney. And so, maybe the settlement is return of money plus costs. I don't know. That's without fraud. If they prove fraud, and if they prove security laws violation, and if they prove that the broker dealers lied and misrepresented, all that stuff. I'm not a lawyer, so the words I'm using may be the incorrect ones. But in essence, if they committed fraud and criminality on that scale, then I think you could get big numbers. And if they're able to prove that the shorts went in and intimidated employees of Metamaterials, Torchlight, and Nextbridge, intimidated employees at I haven't eaten all day, so I'm losing it. At anyway, the lands group. I think the payouts will be huge. I think if there's any fraud or criminality proved, that there was tortious interference, any of that gets proved, I think the payouts could be in the stratosphere. But if it's just a matter of, hey, won't you play somebody done somebody wrong song? If it's a matter of just showing that, hey, it looks like we screwed up, we didn't know, not thrilled with the result. But look, I think we have it in our hands. If people will just move their shares over, and then Wall Street can't deliver the shares, and McCabe is able to show that the criminals interfered with the development of this project, I think the sky's the limit. But I'm not an attorney. I don't think the counterfeit shares are going to matter necessarily. And I hate being negative, but I'll try to find it. I think it's in the Anson Funds report, but it might be somewhere else. I got to find it, and I'm too tired to think right now. But once the trades are in Europe, Nobody keeps a record. Nobody tracks it. Nobody cares. So I got to think that through. Would it be enough to prove counterfeit shares if they counterfeited the shares in Germany, but it ended up in our accounts? Would that be enough? It might be enough, but remember they're going to use Gibson Dunn and Mobius, Dubious, and Backum Uppus. They're going to use the same law firms. There doesn't seem to be a Chinese wall at law firms. So they're going to have the money and the same law firms. I'm not that optimistic, Richard. In that realm, I am pretty optimistic that some of these really good attorneys are going to prove out fraud, securities fraud by Fidelity, securities fraud by FINRA. These are gigantic settlements. Gigantic. But that's a different, I think it's different than what you're asking me. All right, it's 3:00 and I'm gonna sign out. I'm sorry, I'm just worn out, tired. John, this doesn't seem to be the book, so I have to do some more work on that. But I'm knackered right now. I can't give any more. I can't give if giving is without you. I can't live. Now that's how it goes. I can't live if living is without you. I can't give anymore. Oh, I can't forget the evening or the way that you were leaving, and I can't forget that anymore. Why can't I remember these words anymore? I used to remember words. My sister still does. And she hates it when I bring up a song and I don't remember the words, and then she finishes it. That's how it goes. No, I can't forget this evening or your face as you were leaving. But I guess that's just the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes your sorrow shows. Oh, yes, it shows. No, I can't forget tomorrow when I think of all my sorrow. When I had you there, but then I let you go. And now it's only fair that I should let you know what you should know. I can't live if living is without you. I can't live, I can't give anymore. I can't live if living is without you. I can't give anymore. It says here that Mariah Carey did that song. I didn't know that. And I guess Harry Nelson was the one that wrote and got it going. But the group that did it the best is not even listed. It's not even listed here. Celtic Thunder did it. But the group Air Supply, Air Supply. That's not the one, though. I can't believe they don't have it here. I cannot believe they don't have it here. I can't live if living is without you. I can't live. Yeah, there it is. It's still not there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It was one of the best ever, and it's not, they don't list it on Google. Is it worth losing the monetization of this? Faces you leaving. Yes, that's just the way the story goes. All right, let me move it forward a bit. Oh, I think you should know. Live, if living is without you, I can't live. All right, I better stop it there. Can't play it for very long. That was the best version of that song. All right, John, I'm going to locate that. It might have been an article. That's what I got to remember. I'll find it. I will find it. I can't give any more. All right, I'm going to sign off. Thanks for being you. And don't go changing to try and please me. I like you just the way you are.